not more, the beginning of the new third installment of Zero Escape trilogy, which is a Zero Time Dilemma. And on Monday we're gonna do a double stream of that, since I know that once I'm gonna hooked in, I'll not be able to let it go, and see how far I can go with this. So right now, Shibuya, 1 p.m. 1300 hours. Let's start with Osawa for a change, because I believe that this character needs more love. So here we go. Let's see how it goes. I don't deserve to be forgiven for what I've done. Oh yeah, this is how the last chapter ended. We may have both done the same thing, but my motives, those were different. And so I don't regret what I did. Yeah, the human testing. And yet, if someone were to ask if there was some small part of me that wanted to see the result of my research, I could not deny it. Osawa grabbed his shoe from the entryway and then headed for the back door. He didn't want the detectives in his living room to know he was going to meet with Makino. That pest Kajiwara was nowhere in sight. Now was his chance to slip away. Gotcha! Speak of the devil, Kajiwara snuck up behind him. Are you going out? The detective asks. No. I was just... Osawa felt something inside his shoe. Glancing down, he saw a rubber ducky stuffed inside of it. Oh, the detective planned this. That's why, like, he was putting his shoe on and then squeaked, and then that was the alarm, and then Kajiwara... Pop! Going somewhere? Oh well. Is this your doing? I laid a booby trap, or rather, a ducky trap. Kajiwara beamed with self-satisfaction. You know, you act like a great schooler, Osawa said. Indeed, sir. I am a grown man with a youthful heart. Leave it to Kajiwara to yet again miss the point entirely. With a sigh, Osawa tossed the duck at him. Kajiwara caught it nimbly in one hand and stuffed it right into his pocket. I won't tell you that you aren't allowed to leave, sir. All I ask is that you tell me where you've been and where you plan on going. My work is highly confidential. I'm not at liberty to discuss just anything about... Please, try to work with me on this, sir, Kajiwara interrupted. He leaned in uncomfortably close. Do you recall what I said before? About how I'd appreciate if you didn't keep secrets from me? Osawa hesitated, inwardly debating how much he should share. You decide to tell the truth? Alright, I'll tell you, just leave it to be in peace. You need to keep this a secret, doesn't concern you. I'm just going to buy some cigarettes. He lied. So, are we gonna tell him the truth? If he's Japanese Columbo, as they would like to say, he's gonna figure out the truth sooner than later, so better come out clean with him now instead of lying or keep it secret for him. We could keep it busy, like figure this out on your own, but you know, easier to help. He decided to tell the truth. Alright, I'll tell you. Just leave me in peace. One of my colleagues is waiting for me outside. Who is it? I'm sorry, that's all I can say. Could you tell me a bit about what you will be discussing? Kajiwara leaned in even closer. His eyes twinkled with suspicion. I can't share corporate secret, detective. Like how you don't tell me anything about the state of your investigation. It goes both ways. It might have been childish reasoning, but it worked on Kajiwara. Alright, the detective said. In that case, I have just one condition. Please, take this with you. Walkie-talkie? He produced something that looked like a small transceiver from inside his coat. What's this? It's a bug tracker, sir. It'll beep in response to a nearby listening device. I'm just going to meet someone from work. I don't need this. He pushed Kashiwara's hand aside and the bug tracker fell to the floor. But it fell on the rubber ducky. Mr. Osawa, you mustn't underestimate the length to which these kidnappers might go. For once, the detective's face was all seriousness. Alright, fine. Osawa snatched up the device and then headed out the door. Save. Makino's car was parked out front. Huh, okay. A driver stood alongside it. Osawa exchanged a wordless greeting with him, then got into the back. He found Makino reclining in one of the luxurious leather seats. Okay, now I got a face on his boss. What voice should I give him? He's smoking a cigar. He's middle-aged. Alright, now then, Makino said, what did you want to ask me about? Lighting a cigar, he glanced sidelong at Osawa. I was hoping you could explain the situation to me, sir. Which situation would that be? So he was still going to beat around the bush even now. Osawa suppressed an urge to shout at him. Are you the one who left the antiviral out of the lab, sir? Yes, that was me. Makino didn't bat an eyelid. So, what had he been so coy a few minutes earlier? But how? The fingerprint identification system is almost unbreakable. Getting access to the storage area would... He trailed off as a thought suddenly occurred to him. It was not strictly true that fingerprint authentication was the only means of entry. Osawa and Tanaka had both set up password as a failsafe in case an injured fingertip somehow prevented them from operating a scanner properly. But these passwords were 10 characters alphanumeric strings. No one could just haphazardly fumble their way in. Could Makino have sent a request to the electronic locks manufacturer and asked them to unlock it then? No, that required the approval of 6 board members. And Osawa was one of those 6 people. There really seems to be no way of getting in without leaving any trace. You're absolutely right, of course, Makino said with a grin as if reading his thought. I couldn't gain access to the lab without you and Tanaka. But I didn't have to. He exhaled a large plume of smoke. You remember when we released the samples for animal testing? No, it couldn't be. Osawa broke out in a sweat. But it could, Makino said. I had them divert some of the samples intended for animal testing. Naturally, that didn't leave any record of anything being taken from the lab. Osawa bit his lip hard. He couldn't help but feel betrayed by his company. But why? Makino let out a nasal, one-noted chuckle. You don't seem to grasp just how valuable this thing really is. What do you mean by that, sir? Makino lowered his voice. There's a major world power out there that had already weaponized the war virus. For a moment, Osawa thought this was just a sick joke, but the look on Makino's face told him otherwise. I've been informed that it was recently used on a military installation in the Middle East. Within 12 hours of dispersal with it, well, still this. There's no name on that. I have no idea who's saying that, but I'm gonna assume it's Makino. So let me read that. I've been informed that it was recently used on a military installation in the Middle East. Within 12 hours of dispersal, there were at least 800 casualties. If you include civilians, the number jumps to over 2,000. Any evidence of the disease agent and the bomb that delivered it has, of course, been covered up. Osawa listened in amazement, his outrage that any government could commit such an atrocity, not quite suppressing his excitement at discovering that the virus could be propagated by explosive means. He felt a flush of guilt at his own fascination. The antiviral you created, Osawa, has the potential to render this weapon useless. Right now, Okuchi Pharmaceutical possesses the sole means to combat war. Makino's lips curled into a boastful grin. Any number of countries would love to get their hands on it. The major power in question has offered an unprecedented sum. And that's hardly a surprise. Having a monopoly on the antiviral makes the weapon itself that much more valuable. To Osawa, this was a glimpse into another terrifying world, one he had barely imagined previously. Take another swig of water. And so, you wanted to get human testing over with as soon as possible, is that it? He spat. Makino shrugged. I explained full well to the locals that the risk of experimentation were, and they were paid in accordance with said risks. They willingly consented to infection with the war virus. Sophistry, Osawa huffed. Nothing more. You used money to deceive a bunch of poor farmers. Come on, Osawa. Who's being disingenuous now? Makino eyed him with contempt and let out another puff of smoke. I know you, Osawa, and I know you're not really concerned for some bunch of hick farmers. All you care about is your research. The thing that's really nagging you right now is that someone went ahead and did the final clinical without you. Oh, spare me the ridicule, sir. As a virologist, I have a moral duty to... To what? Makino barked. Go to the media with this? Do you have any idea how much money the company has thrown into your lab and keep it up and running? It's in blue, let's check it out. How much money indeed? Osawa's lab has incurred expensive of roughly 30 billion yen in developing the antiviral medication. Okuchi Pharmaceutical spends approximately 200 billion yens per year on research and development. Osaka's work is the single most costly element of that budget. Wow. Osawa gaped. I do appreciate all the company has done for me, sir. He spoke so quietly that his voice was nearly inaudible. In any event, Makino said, now that you know about the human testing, I can't let you go to America. How? How do you know about that? He insisted that I keep his planned relocation a secret, but apparently she told her father regardless. If you insist on making the move anyway, I'll use any means necessary to stop you. Makino regarded Osawa with a bloodshot gaze. Any means necessary? Osawa swallowed the lump in his throat. Sir, you don't mean that my daughter's kidnapping was... Oh, don't be ridiculous, Makino said before Sawa could finish. Of course that wasn't me. Nevertheless, I'll do what I must to keep you in line. Remember that. Understood, sir. I'll turn down the US job offer. Sawa heard his own voice like the thin drone of a tiny insect. He felt utterly powerless. I can't simply take your word on that, Makino said. Do it now. I want to hear you do it myself. He jutted his jaw toward the phone in the backseat console. Alright, Osawa said he had no choice but to fall in line. Couldn't this wait a little bit, sir? Osawa asked. Maybe he could still find a way out. I think that if we do that, this is gonna affect somebody else, but I don't know who exactly. So... Anyway, they saved just before, so I can just jump back into that moment in the timeline and then fix this. But right now, we're gonna cancel. Alright, Osawa said. He had no choice but to fall in line. It would be around 10 p.m. local time for the American firm. He decided to call his contact's personal phone. The headhunter was shocked to hear that Osawa wanted to decline the position. When he pressed for a reason behind the decision, Osawa hung up. Oh, sorry. When he pressed for the reason behind the decision, Osawa hung up. Visibly relieved, Makino lit out a fresh cigar. Sir, there's one thing I don't understand. What's that? Osawa's head was feeling fuzzy. The smoke inside the vehicle has gotten extremely thick. If someone has the top secret information, why wouldn't they threaten the company as a whole? Why send those emails to me personally? I'm not sure. There's an internal investigation already underway. We'll find the source of the leak soon enough. At this point, though, Osawa wasn't sure knowing who originally leaked the info mattered much at all to him. If you'll beg my pardon then, sir, Osawa said. He put his hand on the door handle. A sudden high-pitched chirp sounded from his pocket. The bug detector! The bug tracker Kajiwara was giving him had picked up a signal. Is that your cell? Makino asked. Oh yes, that's mine. He hurriedly hopped up on the car and reached into his pocket. Is everything alright, sir? The driver was still waiting outside the car. He leaned toward Osawa, looking concerned. Was it you? Was it you? Osawa stepped close to the driver. Did you send me those emails? What? What are you talking about, sir? Don't play dumb with me, Osawa said. You're the only person who could have planted a listening device on a company car. Listening device? The driver raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you after? Sir, what are you talking about? Who told you to do it? Tell me! The driver fled back into the car. Osawa clutched the bug tracker as hard as he watched the vehicle pull away. He went back to his house, still gripped by confusion, to find Ai waiting in the entryway. She must have gotten home while he was out. You were with my father, weren't you? She sneered at Osawa as she slipped off his shoes. Yes, I was, he replied. And it's over. What's over? She knows damn well what. He struggled to contain his irritation. America. I'm not going, he huffed. Oh, really? Well, that is good news. She sounded sincerely pleased. Maybe a little more pleased than Osawa cared for. I need to go finish up some work things, he mumbled. He hurried to his study up on the second floor. Save. He threw himself down in front of his computer. There hadn't been any progress on the investigation as usual. Just how long was this all going to go on for? Were all kidnapping cases this drawn out? A specialized victim support team belonging to the Special Criminal Investigation Unit has been deployed at Osawa's house. A member of his team as all specialists who are received training in such skills as negotiation, high-speed motorcycle and automobile driving, running phone traces, special communication, and phone record acquisition. Osawa was growing more and more uneasy, could barely contain himself at this point. Wasn't there anything that he could do? He glanced over at his monitor. That's an idea. He could look up kidnapping investigation on the internet. That might give him some insight into the current situation. Kidnapping, police investigation, hostages. He typed the 3 keywords into the search field. The engine pulled up over 100,000 hits. He scanned the beginning of the list for anything that might be useful. One of the site links caught his eyes. How the police do it. He looked at a page containing information on various types of police cases. He clicked on the link for kidnapping cases and began to read. Even if the hostage wound up safe in the end, the site informed him the police lost face if the culprit got away. And if the hostage were killed and the kidnapper evaded capture, the media would have a field day. This made apprehending the suspect an absolute necessary. Even if a person's life was on the line, when it came to a kidnapping case, the police prioritized making the arrest. Taking his hands off the mouse, Osawa sat back and thought. Which is exactly what Kano and the American guy is doing, because Kano was following the money, but the money was moving back and forth, left and right around accomplices, but no ringleader. And meanwhile, the ringleader was chasing off, or maybe it was a paid hitman, but a poorly paid hitman. Probably it was a ringleader who would chase around Hachi, and he told me to kill her. And in the meanwhile, all keeping the girl in a safe, undisclosed space. So yeah, he wasn't going to be able to relax until he heard Maria's voice again. But if the police prioritized arresting the suspect, why were they just letting things stay in limbo now? Didn't they have the crooks under surveillance? He couldn't wrap his head around that. The internet hadn't been able to give him the info he'd hoped for after all. Unable to do anything for Maria. Sorry. Unable to do anything for Maria, but wait. He turned his thought to how his opportunity to transfer to the US has passed him by. The research facility in America would have been top tier. Some part of him still couldn't quite accept what had happened. He stole a quick look back at the door, then surfed to the Aya Kamiki fan community for people 40 and over. Alright. Whenever something was weighing on his mind, posting to these forums seems to turn his mood back around. He knew that now wasn't really the time to be doing this, but he needed to do something to calm and quiet his mind. He started a new forum topic. In the title field, he wrote, Aya Kamiki expanding into the US. With Aya Kamiki still at the height of her popularity, does anyone else think it would be exciting if she ventured into the American market? I know I would. She's not the sort of artist who deserves to be confined to Japan. She should be recording at an American studio staffed by the industry's best. I would love to see her career really take off over there. There was not enough space to put that single word into another page, and they just make another one. It was blank, just the word there. He wound up getting into a little back and forth with himself. Hopefully he'd get a response from someone else soon. A sudden shrill noise startled him so much that he nearly cried out. His heart fluttered like that of a young child who's been caught in some prank. Realizing that the sound was coming from the bug tracker, he pulled it from his pocket and took a few breaths to steady himself. Evidently, someone has bugged his study as well. Tracker in hand, he walked towards the center of the room. What direction was the signal coming from? He tried heading over toward the window. Here maybe? Here maybe? Next he headed over to his desk. Here too? The bug tracker was picking up signals from all over the room. Had there been that many listening devices planted in here?
Mr. Osawa! It's Kajiwara!
Ah, perfect timing! Osawa hurried to let the detective into the study. The bug tracker is picking up signals.
Oh?
Yes, from all over the room. What should I do?
Mr. Osawa, please, come down.
As if that's even possible right now. It feels like there must be 10, no, maybe 100 listening devices in here. Kajiwara didn't miss a beat.
Let me be honest with you. That bug tracker is broken.
What? Osawa was dumbfounded. Broken? But this is the one I got from you, right?
Well, yes, but mine isn't detecting anything.
Kajiwara produced an identical bug tracker from his pocket. And as he said, it wasn't getting any signal.
As I recall, Mr. Osawa, that one was dropped on the floor when I was trying to hand it out to you.
Ah, yes, that's right.
That must have been when it broke, sir.
The strength ebbed from Osawa's body. He didn't even have the mental energy to be angry anymore. He gave the tracker a whack with the palm of his hand and the beeping stopped. Right, he said.
So what can I do for you?
Kajiwara clapped his hand together as if he just remembered something.
All right, we have a big problem.
The toilet again? Osawa sighed.
No, it's not that. It's something worse.
Kajiwara's face turned grin. Something worse? Had something happened to Maria, he needed to hear the detective out. There was no way it could be that important, so I didn't need to listen. Okay, let's hear to what he has to say. Something happened to Maria? He needed to hear the detective out. What is it? Osawa asked. Go on, tell me. He did his best to remain composed.
Well, you see, we ordered lunches for everyone. It looked like there were 2 still left over, so I wound up eating them.
There was an awkward pause. Osawa didn't have the foggiest idea of how to respond.
My deepest apologies, sir. I ate the lunches intended for you and your wife.
There were 2 left over and I didn't know who it was for her, so I decided to eat them. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, I ate your lunch. Oh well. Kajiwara bowed profusely.
And I really do need to apologize. They were tonkatsu bento boxes and they were delicious.
Oh, tonkatsu. Oh, I wish I could eat those. They're delicious indeed.
The meat was so tender and the batter so crisp. With each and every bite, the rich flavor just filled my mouth more and more.
Osawa felt a blood vessel burst in his skull. Listen, you. Get your goddamn act together, or... He didn't get to finish that thought. A pathetic little gurgle sounded from his stomach.
Ah, see?
Kajiwara said.
You are hungry.
He fussed sheepishly with his hair. The talk of food, Osawa realized abruptly that he hadn't eaten anything since the night before.
Shall I make something for you? The detective asked. This is all my fault, after all.
You can cook? Osawa wasn't sure how thrilled he was with the idea of Kajiwara helping him with quotes. Oh, he's doing a peace sign.
You mustn't judge people based on outward appearances, Mr. Osawa.
Alright, fine. Go right ahead, then. His newfound hunger was making it hard for him to think.
It would certainly behoove him to eat something.
He led Kajiwara to the kitchen. Same pose, but with an apron. He removed his coat. Now he's all with his vest and necktie, and he has some sort of funny-looking apron on him. What's with that get-up?
Wearing an apron in the kitchen is a must, sir.
The cartoon character printed on the apron Kajiwara is wearing is one of his own design. It is modeled after the MPD's mascot. His name is Pimpokun. Okay, so he brought one of his own apron.
Alas, it isn't while I'm naked.
Naked?
Oh, are you not familiar with the concept of the naked apron?
Naked apron, the state of being entirely naked save for an apron. A form of cosplay. The views from the front, rear, and sides are all offer a certain appeal, but caution must be advised, and it may be difficult to stop arguing about which present the loveliest side once the topic is raised. There are similar, more sexualized naked style as well, such as the naked sock, the naked shoe, naked necktie, naked ribbon, naked scarf, naked collar, and so forth.
I could demonstrate if you like.
No, that's quite alright. Where'd you get that apron anyway?
Oh, it's mine, sir.
Have you had it with you this whole time?
Yes, in here.
With a smile, Kajiwara pointed to his pocket, his coat pocket. Of course. Osawa eased himself into a chair. His hunger was making him feel weak, and Kajiwara was making him feel like he was losing his mind.
Oh, this is bad, the detective said. I need to whip something for you. Fast.
Something definitely wrong. Oh, shit.
I need to whip something up for you fast. Something's definitely wrong if you don't even have a comeback.
Osawa felt his anxiety mounting. Just what sort of food was this insufferable oaf going to make anyway? Probably nothing worth eating was his bet. Hey, for now, I just have to pray, wound up being something edible. Maybe it was better to ask Tanaka to make him lunch instead. Since Ai's lunch was gone as well, I should probably ask her to make something. Who am I gonna bother? Tanaka or Ai? I'm gonna go with A, because there's a lot of choice of answers, and I haven't hit a dead end yet. And if I stream through this one with it to be continued, I know I've done something wrong with this part of the timeline. For now, I just have to pray you wound up with something edible. Kajiwara peered into the refrigerator.
Goodness, you are remarkably understocked, he said. Let's see, could you please put these in the dinger, Mr. Osawa?
Dinger, named for the sound of the microwave of the microwave oven makes when he's finished eating the food. The microwave at my house doesn't really go ding. When the timer reaches 0 though, it's more just a beep. And it doesn't make sense to call a microwave a beeper, and that's already a word that refers to something else. So, dinger it is! The detective handed Osawa some frozen lump of rice. The dinger? What the heck is a dinger?
The microwave oven, sir.
Sawa stepped in front of the microwave. Unfortunately, he had no idea how to work the controls. What? He has no idea how the microwave works? He never cooked in his life. Oh my god. He's been spoiled all his life by his wife.
You should thaw that rice as soon as possible,
Kajiwara told him. I'm actually not sure how to operate this thing.
What?
The detective gasped.
You don't know how to use a microwave?
I'm as gasped as you, sir. Sawa could only nod in silent shame.
Should be just as simple as turning the dial.
Wait, which one?
That one, sir. The one on the right.
Sawa turned on the dial and crossed his arm with a satisfied grin.
So, Sawa, you need to pull the rice in first before you do that.
Well, then why did you say that? Sawa snapped. I've never worked in a kitchen in my life. Don't ask me to do things that are this difficult. My god, you're a virologist. You're working in a lab. Cooking, microwaving rice must not be more difficult than working in a lab. I do not believe it.
Very well. I'll handle this from here. Why don't you go get out the bowls and the chopstick then, sir?
I have no idea where the hell those are kept. Facepalm. Kajiwara let out a heavy sigh.
Alright then, please just sit and wait, sir, he said. And here, take this.
Kajiwara pulled out a sheet of bubble wrap from his pocket.
Use your fingers to pop the bubbles.
He's gonna make him wait for the food with popping the bubble wrap. It's a drug. Don't do it, sir. It's a drug.
That should help you come down.
Too drained to argue, Osawa did as prompted, starting to pop his way along the sheet. Rather than calm him down, though, it was making him incredibly cross. This felt more like a sort of ridiculous punishment.
They say you can learn a lot about a household by looking in the fridge, you know.
Kajiwara was cooking something in the frying pan. And? Osawa asked. Just what have you learned about mine?
I better not say, sir. You might take offense.
Osawa snapped another bubble between his finger.
Ah, the rice has finished thawing.
Kajiwara topped the steaming bowl of rice with the fried egg he whipped up in his pan. Then, as if it were an afterthought, he added some pickled vegetables.
Here you are, sir. Your fried eggs on rice and it's complete.
Okay, looks not bad. What's the pickled vegetables? Are those onions? Pickled onions? It looks like pickled onions. Kajiwara grinned from ear to ear.
Go ahead and eat it while it's still warm.
Osawa received the bowl with a dubious look. You aren't very good at cooking, are you? He said.
All you had in your refrigerator was eggs and pickled vegetables, sir. I assure you, it's quite delicious. I recommend breaking the yolk and mixing it all together.
Reluctantly, Osawa brought a bite to his mouth. That's good! The words came out almost unbidden.
Isn't it just? Egg yolk and pickled vegetables pair quite well.
Osawa couldn't help but stuff his face, slipping into a rapturous daze as he did. The more he ate, the more it stirred his appetite. I had no idea fried eggs could be this delicious.
I know you probably have a long ordeal still ahead of you, sir. But please keep your chin up and hang in there.
Kajiwara gave Osawa an amiable smile. If it was amicable, I would understand, but amiable. Amiable? Use English words, please! Ah.
That's right, he continued. And for dessert, we have bananas.
Ah, no, thank you. Kajiwara grimaced as Osawa held up her hand in refusal.
Right then, when you're finished eating, would you please wash the bowl?
Me? Wash dishes? Osawa exclaimed in surprise, sounding like a petulant child.
Well, if someone else cooked for you, you should do the cleaning up. It's only polite.
Fine, okay. While Osawa was doing the dishes, the bug detector went off again. The broken one?
Director, if you have a moment.
Oh, Director, if you have a moment, Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Keep out. Alright, so if he's still in contact with Himiko, that's probably where we're gonna jump from. But in the meantime, let's take a turn, right? Let's go see Tama! Yeah, the broken bottles.
Oh no! Bottles of burning hammer litter the pavement, shattered into tiny bits of glass. Even if the recycling guys was very careless with the boxes, it should have caused this much of a mess. It looks like someone came along and actually threw them all over the place. Oh, the heck with this thing!
Oh, and she threw the miracle stone.
I tossed away the miracle stone, which was already brought me only bad luck. We can't have a product demo without a product, which in turn means I won't be getting paid with this old fiasco. Okay, we can do this. We can figure something out. I tried to give myself a pep talk, but I hear the doubt in my own voice. I tried to brainstorm anyway. Finding inspiration like trying to squeeze blood from a stone. I rack my mind for the best course of an action, and I don't last arrive at a conclusion.
Somehow or another, I'm going to have to sell some burning hammer. I just have to find something else to sell. Well, we know for a fact that the eel, the Anaguchi, are not gonna sell. So I'm gonna go with the first.
Somehow or...
Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened to my throat, but as soon as I said that word, it tickled me the wrong way, and then I have to cough it up.
Somehow or another, I'm going to have to sell some burning hammer. The flyers are already being handed out. People have come to the demo expecting to get burning hammer. I may have to put it into some new bottles and possibly water it some. Water it down some, but getting this stuff sold is my only option. My eyes alight on one of the cardboard boxes, and I notice an odd mark that's stamped on it. Wait a sec. I've seen this before. I recall something Cheery said earlier.
This is the sort of thing they would sell in 100 yen shop or something.
Oh, yeah, the mark on the box is the same one I saw at the shop that's selling the necklace. That's it. I can see it. There's more at the knick-knack shop. Guided by this ray of hope, I head for the knick-knack shop as fast as I can run.
Ray, a glimmer, a sliver, the ever-dwindling light in the distance. Point ears, there's not much. Oh! Got bumped into Shiri, I think.
As soon as I reach the main road, I crash right into someone.
Yeah, it's Shiri. Oh, hey, you find it!
She asked. She makes it sound like it's not really her problem. Not yet, but I think we can stock up at the 100 yen shop. The words are hard to get out as when panting as hard as I am. For now, just stay calm and go let the boss know.
Got it. Leave it to me.
Shiri nods and breaks back into a run. I'm practically praying as I rush into the knick-knack shop, where I immediately spot the cardboard boxes I saw earlier, still stacked up. Yes, I'm in luck! I dive into one of the boxes to check what's inside. It's packed with tiny bottles! There's no mistaking the noxious red liquid inside. That's burning hammer, alright. There's 50 bottles per box, and there are 4 boxes total. Assuming each bottle is 100 yen, including tax, I can buy the whole lot with the 20,000 I got in my wallet. Mr. Yanagishita said he was selling the bottles at the demo for 15,000 yen apiece. That way, if we sell all 200 bottles, he'll be able to pay back his debt no problem.
Whoa, what's the deal with you? Oh my god, that's the... The sales clerk is actually the guy picking up trash and the guy that's been interviewed by Minorigawa during last during noon. Whoa, what's the deal with you?
The sales clerk's eyes go wide when he sees my getup.
This stuff.
Oh, I'd like your entire stock, please. I point at the burning hammer and the clerk makes an awkward face.
I'm afraid that's already been sold.
What? You mean like all of it? Nobody in their right mind could possibly want all of this.
Yes, all of it, I'm afraid.
Well, I'm not going to roll over that easily. Whether I earn that extra 20,000 or not hinges on whether I can get this stuff. Please, you gotta help me out.
I'm afraid it's out of my hands.
Could you get in touch with the buyer?
Tell them I'm willing.
Tell him I'm willing to negotiate.
I suppose that wouldn't be an issue, but... Actually, would you mind waiting for just a moment? She said she'd be by ASAP.
She? Huh. After 5 minutes of waiting, the buyer still hasn't shown up. I don't think she's coming, I say.
That's odd,
The sales clerk murmurs.
She said on the phone she'd be come by just after 1... Oh, sorry. She said on the phone she's come by just after 1 o'clock to pick them up.
I really need this right away.
I understand that, but...
Please.
It's out of my hands.
By now, the sales demo has already started. If I come back empty-handed, what was the point of all this effort? Gimme!
I've already said I can't do that.
Gimme!
Would you please wait a moment?
Grr, why did I spend all that time trying to hand out samples? Why did I put this stupid costume on? Why did I miss out on lunch? Why? What was it all for? Ah! Look over there! It's the chupacabra!
Huh?
Yoink! Seizing the moment, I snatch up the boxes of burning hammer and make a run for it.
Hey, hold it right there, miss.
The sales clerk is quick to board my path.
Whoa!
I barreled my way right past him.
Ow!
I bumped him harder than intended. As I race by, he loses his balance and goes crashing through the display case at the front of his shop.
Ow!
At the same time, I hear something else topple over with a thud and a gurgle.
This is gas!
Some sort of liquid begins to gush from a red polyethylene container.
It falls on the floor. Is it the sewer? Uh-oh!
The sales clerk's eyes go wide, his stares fixed on something on the sidewalk nearby. It's a cigarette! It's a poorly lit cigarette.
Uh-oh. Okay, so somebody threw a cigarette in here. And... oh, I bet it's Minorikawa. So, if I play with as Minorikawa, I'm gonna make sure that he's not gonna loiter.
It's a cigarette!
Now the liquid gets closer to the cigarette and then whoosh!
The burning butt ignites the liquid in a sudden massive blaze.
Bad end. Now we see a sunset with an airplane. And now for today's news. Shortly after 1 o'clock this afternoon, there was an explosion at a variety stores in Udagawacho in Shibuya, the cause of which remains unknown. Eyewitness reports saying an individual wearing a full-body cat costume fleeing the scene in the aftermath of the explosion. Police consider this individual a person of interest and have not ruled out the possibility that this bombing was a terrorist act. Several hours after the incident, the cat remained at large. Oh my god. Tama was pinned for the accident. Bad end. Fled the country. Oh, okay, that's why the plane. Tama actually fled the country. Because of that! With 20,000 yen, she managed to fled the country. How? How cheap are plane tickets in Japan anyway? I just want to make sure. Tama wound up as the prime suspect in an apparent terrorist bombing. If the bar had shown up earlier, Tama's argument with the sales clerk might never have happened, to say nothing of the rest. As a matter of fact, the bar was just outside the shop at the critical moment. She was held up when she happened to run into someone. That someone's actions at 13:05 are the key to changing Tama's fate. Okay, so... yeah. The buyer was being held by someone else at 13:05. So it's probably not Minorikawa. But still, if I ever caught a Minorikawa smoking another cigarette, I'll try to say, okay, not to. Save the cigarette for another time. Alright, let's go to Achi! Yeah, he was left with the assassin. Again! The man with a cane crooked his finger on the trigger. Achi stepped in front of Hitomi, shielding her with his body. If you want to shoot her, you have to shoot me too! Suddenly, the assassin's head jerked forward. He's been hit. He pitched face first onto the pavement and lay still, revealing a foreign man standing behind him. Oh, that's the guy with the first guy with the suitcase. In one hand, the stranger clutched a metal pipe. This was the... yeah. Hitomi knows him. Hitomi, do you know that guy? Hachi asked. Hitomi's eyes went wide.
That's the man from the scramble! The one who told me to go to the van!
Wait, one of the kidnappers? What would he help us?
I'm not sure.
The newcomer fixed his eyes on Achi. Hey man! Achi approached the stranger. I'm not sure what's going on here, but thanks for the assist. Whoa! The man took a sudden swing with his pipe. Achi barely managed to dodge out of the way. What the hell? Once again, Achi made sure Hitomi was safely behind him. Guess I gotta let my fist do the talking. Achi quickly adopted the fighting stance.
Be careful!
He told me, warned, her voice trembling. Don't worry, it's just a pipe. I'll just snatch it away from him and make him tell us where your sister is. Hachi judges the distance between them carefully as he stares his opponent down. The middle pipe gave his considerable reach. One solid hit from that thing and Hachi wouldn't stand a chance. He needed to end this in one punch. The crook sized him up for a few moments and lunged forward to attack. Now! Hachi sidestepped to avoid the incoming blow and then delivered a vicious left hook to his adversary's jaw. The man went down hard. Hachi gazed at his fallen foe, flexing his knuckles. The thing about guys who brings weapon to fight is they always let themselves get too cocky. He looked the guy over. The man has a tattoo peeking from one of his ratty sleeves. It says skull. There's a drawing. I don't know what it is exactly. I couldn't see well. It's either a scorpion or crab. I cannot tell from this angle. Come on, buddy. You can't clock out just yet, Hachi said. Get up! I got a few questions for you. He knelt down to grab the man by his collar. Halfway to his feet, the man pulled a gun from his breast pocket. Whoa! Didn't know you were packing heat. Hachi took a quick step backward. The man's eyes brimmed with rage. He looked really ready to pull the trigger at any moment, but he didn't get the chance. The man with a cane has regained consciousness, back on his feet, and trained his gun on the foreigner. The foreigner quickly shifted his attention to the other gunman. Oh, no you don't! Hachi darted forward and kicked the kidnapper in the hand as hard as he could. The gun went flying from his grasp. With a low snarl, the man took up the middle pipe again. Rather than go for Hachi, however, he charged the man with a cane. What the? Hachi watched in astonishment as the two men grappled. Now's our chance! Grabbing Itomi by the hand, Hachi broke into a run. They ran for a long time, finally stopping to rest in a quiet municipal park. As they sat, catching their breath, Hachi sensed a new tension in Itomi. She hadn't said a word since their latest escape. She has to die, Hachi, for your own good. Those are the words of the killer. In his mind, Hachi replayed the man with the cane had said. So, Itomi, Hachi hesitated. About what happened back there?
Yeah?
She sounded like she'd been far gone in her own thoughts.
You gotta believe me,
You gotta believe me, I had no idea who that guy was. Never seen him before in my life. He must have been saying that stuff to confuse us, to trip us up.
Yeah?
Itomi said again.
Is that what's been bothering you?
Huh? Now it was Hachi's turn to go monosyllabic.
Well, Hachi, you're kind of famous around Shibuya, right?
I don't know about that. Way back when, he'd been the leader of SOS. Nowadays, he was just some guy who picked up trash. That was nothing to brag about.
When someone's famous, it's not unusual for someone else to recognize them and know their name. So yeah, I was surprised back there, but no matter what that man may have said, I trust you. I mean, look at how many times you put yourself in danger to protect me.
Itomi sounded pretty resolute. Hachi was glad that she believed him, but that raised another question. So then, how come you've been so quiet?
I've just been thinking about things. Like what the man from the scramble might be after.
It was true that his action didn't make a lot of sense. Yeah, he seems more interested in taking out the man with the cane than going after you. A, maybe there's a bad blood between them. B, maybe it was a case of mistaking identity. I would say bad blood. She let out a single chuckle. If we're lucky, maybe they'll take each other out for us. He felt a rush of relief, reassured that Hitomi didn't doubt his motives. Regardless, though, we have to track down that blue van. The sound of a child's cry came from behind them. Oh! It's the editor with his daughter. Trying to look, they saw the kidnapper rushing towards them. He had knocked over a little girl who was in his way. No rest for the Riri, Hashi sighed. Yet again, he and Hitomi sprinted away.
Do you think he took out the guy with the cane?
Hitomi's word came between panting huff. Maybe. Hachi glanced back at their pursuers. What? There was someone else with him. Now they were being chased by 2 foreigners. Oh, I like this better when we were just running from the one guy with a cane. In a one-on-one fight, Hachi was confident he could keep Hitomi safe. So probably the guy with a cane who was trying to kill Hitomi had nothing to do with the kidnapping. 1-on-2 though, that was a different story. One guy might get a hold of her while he was facing off against the other. You had to make sure they lost these creeps no matter what. Keep out! Alright. Alright, who's left? Kano. You're up. Following Kano's directions, Stanley drove toward the crime syndicate hangout. There was a good chance that this was where Maria was being held. Traffic was practically non-existent and they made good time. They cruised down Miyamazuzaka, then passed the train station down towards Dogenzaka. All the while, the 2 men stared out the windshield, neither inclined to make conversation. They arrived at the Shinsencho intersection. Take a right here, Kano said. You're nervous? Stanley asked as he made the turn. His own tone was calm and level. Kano gave no reply. If this syndicate really was holding Maria hostage up ahead, he and Stanley might wind up putting her in danger by showing up there. If it came down to it, Kano wondered, could he count on the man next to him taking the hostage safety into account? Hello! Hello, Super Blind Man! How are you doing? Right now we're watching Shibuya 428 Shibuya Scramble, like the police drama that sounds a little bit like 24. Right now we at the 1 p.m. mark, and we found some dead ends and one bad ending, and we try to navigate our way through everything. So, how is everything? He doubted it, but there was nothing he could do about that now. Okay. They arrived at the syndicate hangout sooner than Kano had anticipated. You find a bad ending? Never. You always play a game perfectly every time. Oh yeah, well, this game has been truffled with bad ending. The way it works is that there are 5 sub-stories with 5 protagonists, and each other's actions intertwined with each other's stories. And if nobody does anything, everybody's getting a bad ending. So right now I got a bad ending with one character, and I had to figure out what to do with other characters to avoid bad ending on that specific character. Because right now there was the characters I'm playing as a cop. I'm playing as an ex gang leader turned trash pickupper who's being involved in rescuing a kidnapped girl. You wonder if this could be accessible. It probably would, but the thing is, like sometimes there's some text, and then when you press X, other text underneath add up. But when you read it, it's probably gonna read the whole page. You know, like kind of what happens with Ellie's journals in The Last of Us Part 2. So I think it's accessible but annoying. That's how I would put this. It could be accessible, but it would be playable. I think it's gonna be playable by a blind person, but it's gonna be pretty much an annoyance. So this is why I play this, so you don't have to. All right. The other journal is fixed now. Oh, it's fixed. Thank goodness. But this game, I can't even adjust the level of the music. There's no music options. There's like mono stereo. It's pretty simplistic. I think it used to be for Vita, and it's been imported for the PS3 and then the PS4. Like all the visuals are real photographed from real people. There's real actors in the real city of Shibuya. And when they're talking about foreigners, they're obviously Westerners, like the Caucasian, and I found one black person. The rest is all perfect Asians and stuff like that. Oh, so they arrive at the Syndicate hangout sooner than Kano had anticipated. It was a multi-tenant building in Tomigaya, southwest of Yoyogi Park. The Black Lodge. The pub Black Lodge, it says. The ratty building looks like it might come crashing down at any minute. The Black Lodge sign out front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries, as well as a hotbed of criminal activity. Alright. Everybody's cocking their gun. I'll take point, Stanley said. You back me up. He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by the FBI or CIA. Glock, a 17 semi-automatic pistol developed in Austria for police and military uses, notable for its incorporation of large amount of polymer plastic in its design. A certain Hollywood film included a line of dialogue claiming that the Glock would not show up on airport X-ray machine, but since the gun barrel itself is made of metal, it is assuredly not true. FBI, we know what this is. CIA, we know what this is. Alright. Kano drew his own gun, and the two cautiously made their way inside. They immediately heard some sort of ruckus from beyond the wooden door at the far end of the hall. Please don't let this be what I think it is, Kano thought to himself. Sweat beaded on his hands as he gripped his gun tighter. He heard the sound of glass shattering, then came the sound of something heavy falling onto the floor. Maria! Is that Maria? Ignoring Stanley's previous order, Kano rushed ahead, kicked down the door, and stepped inside. Kano, I know you're a rookie detective, but mistakes like that's gonna make you demoted back to a patrol officer. Don't be a gumshoe! Oh, what's this? People on the floor. Oh, how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bodies? It's very dark. I can't tell how many bodies are there. He walked right into a massacre. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled all across the floor. Thank you, Super Blind Man. Oh wait, he thought he recognized them all. The men who participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs. Oh, those are all the guys that were swapping the attaché case back and forth. They were taken care of. Oh boy. The plot thickens. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. Dun dun dun. My God, had these guys all turned on each other? No, that couldn't have been the case. None of the victims was holding a knife, which meant that whoever had killed them must still be hiding nearby. No sooner had Kano come to his conclusion than he heard a muffled cry behind him. Stanley! The American was sprawled on the floor, face down. Kano rushed over and knelt beside him. Stanley was dead, stabbed to the back. What? The killer was right behind us and we didn't see it! Without an instant hesitation, Kano stood up again, gun at the ready. He scanned his surroundings, but there was no sign of the killer. But that was impossible. Stanley had been killed here mere moments ago. Someone had to be there somewhere. Out of nowhere, he felt someone press the tip of a knife into his neck from behind, right at the base of his skull. How? He hadn't noticed anyone coming up on him. There wasn't even anyone else around. Nobody but the corpses scattered across the floor. Wait, the corpses? Oh, the killer was hidden in plain sight. Kano hasn't checked all of them. One of the killer pretended to be dead and then whoop! Hadn't checked them to make sure they were all really dead. With his last thought, he realized that had been his fatal mistake. Yeah, he's falling on the ground slowly. The guy is masked. Well, another bad end. I thought they were dead. That's the bad end number 25. I thought they were dead. Alright, so, alas, there's nothing to be done for poor Kano now. He wasn't prepared for whoever is wielding that knife. Sometimes it's best not to rush things. Kano and Stanley might not have had their run-in with the killer if they turned out a bit later. There's someone who can cause a traffic jam at 1:10 p.m. which should keep those two from meeting such a grisly end. Oh! Alright, yes, the demo is free, so yeah, I recommend that you download the demo and check. The demo is with 2 characters, Kano and Hachi, and after that, this game cost me, I bought it on sale, I think it's $20 or something. There's like chapters that goes all the way up to 5 p.m. The game start at 10, then there's 10, 11, then 11 noon 1. Now I'm at the 1-2 mark. And the final chapter is 4 p.m., 5 p.m. Oh, it's $50 right now. Yeah, better wait that it's back on sale. This game comes back on sale like at least twice or 3 times a year. Like I would recommend buying this between 20 and 35 bucks, but I don't think that this is worth well, download the demo, that's for sure. So alright, so we need to go take another someone else timeline and create a traffic jam. So that way we're gonna save Kano and Stanley. Alright. So yeah, Kano is the rookie training, Hachi is the former gang leader, Minorikawa is a reporter, Osawa here is the father of the twins, the one who's been kidnapped and the one who's been following Hachi because people tried to get killed. And there's a girl in a cat mascot costume who just wants to get paid because she wants a necklace, but it costs 40,000 yen, which is 400 bucks, and she only has 200 bucks in her wallet. So let's go with Minorikawa. He always causes a ruckus. He's always like pointing his finger toward action. Right! Oh, he's running. Minorikawa sprinted out. Center guy, dodging between upcoming pedestrians. Yes, he's supposed to be reporting the Burning Hammer demo coming up at 1, and now he's left. He's late. Right or left? Right, out of my way! Can't you people see I'm in a hurry? He stole a glimpse at his watch as he ran. It was just after 1 o'clock. The Burning Hammer sales demo would be getting underway any moment now. He could probably get an interview even if he showed up late. Still, he wanted to get to the venue ASAP to get a feel for things before they got started. The best time to scope out an event was before it started and after it ended. This was something he learned from Toyama. Everything he knew about journalism, the publisher had taught him. He had been a combative education, Minorikawa learning despite himself as the two men constantly butted heads. but ahead. Oh, give me a break! What's wrong with my article? Minorikawa shouted. This is a flashback. Like, this is a young, he has younger, shorter hair, darker too, cause, yeah. His voice was loud enough to carry throughout the editing department. Shut up! I told you to rewrite it, so rewrite it! Toyama sticking to his guns. Minorikawa recalled the scene from the days when the two men had worked at the same newspaper and Toyama was his boss. What's wrong with it? Show me what's wrong. All of it! How can it be all of it? Co-workers stared, keeping their distance as the pair screamed themselves red in the face. Pages of paper are flying all over. These arguments had become a regular occurrence, regular enough that everyone had learned not to try to intervene. Now he's pointing his finger at the editor. I poured my heart and soul into this piece! I like the kind of overdone sound effect. Yes! Yes, it is. It's very dramatic and very like exaggerated. The comedic effects are really on point. I poured my heart and soul into this piece. Go back and read it. Go back and read it again. I could read it over and over and it'll still be the same thing. A load of self-important claptrap. Now, go calm down and write me a more neutral piece. Neutral, taking neither of two opposing sides. Oh yeah, it's true that sometimes he's biased. He puts his own, sometimes, yeah, Minorikawa sometimes puts his own bias in his, even when he does his interviews. Calm down! You must be joking! I write what I feel in my heart! That's the one thing I refuse to back down on! Then it's the one thing that'll keep getting your copy rejected! Aren't you the one who told me to be bold and daring with my writing? Yeah, I did. But I don't remember telling you to write me garbage! By now, Minorikawa and Toyama were practically at each other's throat. Still, despite these almost daily shouting matches, Minorikawa never resented Toyama. Not really. How could he write a piece in a way that would shut Toyama up? Trying to figure that out was how he had developed his skills as a reporter. Up until he quit his position as the newspaper to start his own publishing company, Toyama had been a stubborn old man in the finest sense of the term. But then, in order to keep his company afloat, at some point he had abandoned all his ideals and principles. It was disgraceful. Just disgraceful. Thinking about it made Minorikawa's blood boil. It rankled him. It rankled him to know that such a pathetic remnant of a man has been such an influence on him. He reminded himself once again that he needed to wrap up his current job as soon as possible. By now, Minorikawa was getting close to the demo site. He increased his speed. Ow! What the... Oh, wait. This is the knick-knack shop. He wound up barreling right into someone who was walking into a knick-knack shop. Yeah, a newly opened general variety store. The place is primarily a second-hand shop with posters inside proclaiming things that we'll take what you don't need and we buy computers at top price. Oh, so this must be the buyer. Alright, so let's not keep... She has a Von Dutch. It was a girl about high school age. She has a Von Dutch duffel bag, black and pink. She jumped on her feet and snatched Minorikawa by the collar. Hey! Watch where you're going! She snaps. Her upper body strength was impressive to say the least. The chokehold she had on his neck made it almost impossible for him to breathe. He had to do something fast. Oh, sorry, or take this. Oh yeah, no. So if he says sorry right now, is she gonna live her alone? Because I believe that if I start a fight, this is what might solve my bad end for Tama, the mascot. So let's try apologizing. Sorry. He bowed his head in apology. He was in too much of a hurry to get caught in an argument now. But the girl didn't let go. Instead, she tightened her grip. Look, I'm sorry for not looking when I was going. Minorikawa could barely croak up his apology. Oh, fine. I'll let it slide this once, the girl said. She relaxed her hold with a scowl. Wait, hold on, she murmured. She stared good and hard at Minorikawa's face. Hey, you Minorikawa! Surprised, Minorikawa gave her another look. Miku? Yeah! Who's Miku? I never met this girl in my life. This is the first time I see her. And she's the one who bought all the burning hammer from the store? Wow! Yeah! So you do remember me! She smiled with delight, apparently forgetting that she's just been wringing his neck. Wow! How long's it been? She asked. About 5 years, I think. You still doing the bonsai stuff? Nah, she replied. I gave that up. Miku has been Japan's bonsai champion back when she was in middle school. Yeah, the mention of bonsai likely calls to mind elderly hobbyists, but recently the art of attracting more young people as are other aspects of Japanese-style interior design. Variety of cherry and maple, smaller than normal bonsai, are becoming popular with practitioners, as are fruit-bearing trees such as plumleaf apple. There have even been spherical balls of soil covered in moss, shaped to look like cute little miniature planets with plants growing over their surface. So there's a little bit of trivia and some highlighted words. Some are useful, some are not. Some are essential because they hidden red words. The wet words are like allows us to jump into another character and break a keep out. Right now I got 2 keep outs, but they're too early, so I don't suppose I can jump from there. All right. Now we see her pictures of her bonsai trees. One day, local delinquent had vandalized dozens of Miku's bonsai pieces. Minorikawa had met her when he interviewed her about the incident. I want to get strong, she had said. Strong enough to beat those guys up. And so Minorikawa has introduced Miku to an acquaintance of his who ran a martial art dojo. How do you choose to do the jumps of the word? Just choices you can select. Could I choose those things? Good question. Usually, well, when you run into text, press square, and if you press square, then X. If there you have, let me see. Yeah, you hear that sound? Like when you press X after square, it means that it found a highlighted word. Those are blue, but red are gonna do I think a similar sound, but I'll need to find one. But there is one in the demo. There's one in the demo though, but you need to find. I'll need to find one to show it to you what the sound makes. But usually, when you press X, you can press square and then X, and if you hear that sound, it's a word in blue. Sometimes the red text is gonna appear in the novel. Sometimes it's gonna appear inside of a blue text, hidden. Like the second one, it took me a long time to find. Sometimes they're gonna highlight the word of the character. Sometimes they're gonna highlight synonyms like the father of the kidnappee or this person inside the cat costume or stuff like that. But you can choose to make the jump or ignore it. At one time, I decided to choose to run a timeline, and it offered me a jump, but I didn't like unlock that part on that other character, so I ignored it. So when I played the other character, it went like a breeze, since it was like, okay, it's like I already took care of the keep out before I got the barrier on. Like I destroyed the barrier before I ever got to it, if that makes sense. It could be a bit of a stumbling block. Yeah, you have to try it. Like, try the demo to see how it works. There is a way to make it. Anyway, all right. So, well, you're sure got it strong, all right. Minorikawa said. That's the sort of gal I am. Miku handed him a flyer. Are those? Is that MMA female boxing? But either gals looks like dudes, or those are men fighting in bikinis. It read, "Ladies Mixed Martial Art Pub Bride." Bride, a show pub that began as a side venture for a group of female mixed martial art fighters who were facing financial difficulties. There is an octagonal ring inside the pub, and the rules state that anything goes between the young women who fight inside. Customers are able to take in the fight while enjoying their drink. What? Not an underground site, a pub. What the fuck, Japan? Present this flyer for a free drink. It's a place where you can watch girls fight in the ring while you have some drinks, Miku said. That sounds pretty fun, actually. Minorikawa could feel himself being pulled in all the wrong direction by the prospect. You should come see one of my matches sometime. I'm the ringing champion, Miku beamed with pride. Wait, you're the champion? Yikes. Good thing I apologized when I did. In that case, I'll definitely have to swing by sometime soon. Right now, I'm sort of a hurry, though. Oh, sure, Miko said. Catch you later, then. She headed into the shop as Minorikawa rushed off towards the sales demo. Okay, now it's saving. As long last, you arrive at the Nokani building where the event is being held. I'm gonna check something about the timeline. I press triangle. Oh yeah, that took care of it. Like if I fought her, that would trigger the bad ending. Now the bad ending has been removed, so I can replay Tama's story. Right now, let's go back with the reporter. I want to check something. Though I wonder if the I want to see if they read well. Controls. Return 1 hour, forward 1 hour. What? Oh, okay. This is they're talking about the stuff I've been doing already. At long last, you arrive at the Nokani building where the event was being held. Burning Hammer. The wall by the elevator was plastered with posters about Burning Hammer. Get it or regret it. Yeah, by the way, Burning Hammer is a scam. So basically, it's like they say it's a diet product that this is those sort of bottle you can find at a $1 store, but it's been sold as a special demo. Says okay, you can burn your calorie by sweating it, but basically this thing is very, very spicy, and then you sweat your life out, and it says that this is your calorie melting away, but like it's a scam. But like the guy has been inside a deep he's been in the hot water. He's selling these bottles $15 a pop when you can buy them for $1. And it's like because he bought 300 bottles for 1 million, and he tried to get his money back, and he had to borrow some money from the Yakuza, and now the Yakuza is on his ass. So we're trying to make this demo work. Get it or regret it, as seen in magazines. 100% weight loss guaranteed. This is blatantly forced advertising, by the way. This messaging was kind of a mess. It felt like they've been thrown together at the last minute. Minorikawa avoided the elevator in favor of the stairs, rushing up to the event side of the 3rd floor. Emerging from the stairwell, he saw more posters on the wall pointing the way to the sales demo. He followed the arrows to a room deeper within the building. Oh, there's a lot of women there. Opening the door, she saw about 50 chairs. Most of them occupied by female attendees. There was a stage set up at the far end of the room, but nobody was on it. Yeah, because we've been a little problem. Because the ex-gang leader was running away from a killer with the girl who's been given the ransom money. The guy wants to kill the girl, and we ran into the backside of the building. We found some box and we threw them at him to slow our pursuit. And those were the boxes with the bottles, so that they were broken, and they're like, okay, we have no products to show, and now it's starting right now. So the mascot has to run into the knick-knack shop when she found boxes and she wants to buy them, but Miku already bought them all. So like, this is where the story goes right now. Like, it's pretty wild, and all of this is happening in the first 15 minutes. All of these events are happening in the first 15 minutes of the hour. It appears that the event has yet to begin. Minorikawa quickly looked over to the crowd. Roughly half the women were somewhat elderly. Like, yeah, everybody is around 40 and up. Like, some of them are chubby, so that some are like out of shape. But you know, when it comes to a diet product, like, those would be the targeted audience. All of them look like they could stand to lose some weight, and for some of them at least, that ship had surely sailed some time ago. The crowd gazed at the stage with rapt anticipation. A beverage that allowed you to eat plenty and still lose weight was definitely an appetizing proposition. Could something like that really exist though? Oh well, Minorikawa was just going to have to wait and see. He did his best to get his mind into journalism mode. Time passed, but the demo didn't start. The audience began grumbling in frustration. Then a heavy-set young woman took the stage and gave a little bow. It was the girl from the cafe, the one with the amazing appetite. Oh, Chiri! The audience broke into applause, their patient family rewarded. But as everyone leaned forward expectantly, the girl on stage began performing magic tricks. Oh, she's stalling for time! You gotta go for now. Definitely intend to try this demo later. Thank you very much for stopping by, Super Black Man. I hope you can come by later if you're available. I'm gonna play Zero Time Dilemma after dinner. I'm doing a double stream today since I'm so busy with work. I couldn't have time to work to stream all week. So I'm gonna compact my 4 streams into 2. So yeah, I hope to see you soon. So alright, take care. Thank you for dropping by. I appreciate the little visit and the little chat. Alright, so she twiddled a silk hat and pulled a bunch of flowers from inside of it. Oh! Sparse applause rose up from the crowd. The young woman immediately went out to perform another trick, and then another. Ta-da! A coin in her hand became 3 coins as she spoke her magic words. She's not very good at this, Minorikawa thought. Though whether she was good or bad wasn't really the issue, he had a tight schedule to keep. This was no time to stand around watching silly sleight of hand antics. Scanning the room, he spotted a man who looked like he was probably in charge. Minorikawa headed over to him. Hey you! Are you the one running this thing? Oh yeah, this is yes? This is Yanagishita. Then what's the actual sales demo going to start? Soon, very soon. Yep. In how many minutes? Soon. I asked for a number. Just, soon, real soon. This was getting him nowhere. 3 minutes, Minorikawa declared. He held up 3 fingers to emphasize his point. If this thing doesn't start in 3 minutes, if it doesn't start, then what? I'm going to be heartbroken. I'm going to start a ruckus. I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna start a ruckus, see what happens. I'm going to start a ruckus. He kept his voice firm, his words short and clipped. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. A minute as I can't have passed already. 1 minute. Whoa! Just what kind of watch you got there? Tell me why the demo isn't starting. Well, you know, no real reason, really. That man was getting seriously flustered. I wanted folks to get to see a little magic show first. Nope. Try again. 30 seconds left. Okay. Alright. What happened is, the required merchandise is, what happened to the merchandise? Mirakawa demanded. He gave the guy a dagger stare. Well, you know, it's just, time's up! What? The man's face went pale. Keep out. Of course it's a keep out. Alright, so now we unlocked Tama, so let's go to her. Let's go to hers. Alright. Racing to the knick-knack shop. Yeah, we already read that part. $50 per box. Ah, here's a buyer. Here's Miku.
Even as I'm speaking with the sales clerk, a girl wearing a hoodie comes in. She's got a tiny frame and a doe-eyed face.
Hey, I'm come to pick up something reserved, she says.
This must be the customer the clerk was talking about. Please, pardon my intrusion, but would you be willing to let me have these diet drinks? I bow extra deep and my costume head wobbles all around.
Wait, what?
I'll pay you double what they're worth.
No can do. I've never seen this brand before. I'm super curious about it.
Surely you don't need this many, though.
I do. I make my living with my body. This is how much I'll need. Oh, wow.
The sale clerk interjects.
What sort of work do you do exactly? I'm a martial artist. I fight at a place called Bride. You might have heard of it. It's one of the most popular hotspots in Shibuya these days. Oh, I know the place.
The sales
clerk says, brimming with sudden excitement.
That pub's where they have cosplay martial competition. Cosplay martial art competition, right?
Hold on, what are we talking about now? What's Bride? I've seriously never heard of the place.
It's a lifelike spot where ladies cosplay as anime characters, but they fight for real. I've been wanting to check... Oh, wait. This is a nightlife... Okay, I thought that this was Miku, but that was the explanation from the sales clerk. Alright, at the present, the exclusive Bride has already exceeded its allowed number of members and is not accepting new ones. Given the buzz about how both the costumes and the fights are already something to see, memberships that are auctions off online command quite high prices. Oh yeah, so it's a nightlife spot where ladies cosplay as anime characters, but they fight for real. I've been wanting to check it out, but they've hit their membership cap.
The sales clerk explained. So then, You must be pretty strong, huh?
You must be pretty strong, huh?
He says to the girl.
Well, I may not look it, but I'm the current champion.
The girl proudly adopts a fighting stance. Would you accept a challenge from me? I asked.
A challenge?
If I win, you have to let me have all of this. The girl breaks into a confident smile.
Do you have any idea who you're dealing with?
She asks. I intend to find out.
Oh, wow.
The sales clerk exclaims.
I have just got to see this.
I'm glad to have him egging us on.
Well, if you're that set on it, then sure, I accept your challenge.
Sweet! We'll establish our terms. This burning hammer may yet be mine. The girl cracks her knuckles, clearly eager for a fight. I've got to win this. Somehow or another, I have got to. I've got to be good at something. Facing off against this fighter is going to show me what I'm made of. I address my opponent. And by challenge, I naturally mean...
Rock, paper, scissors, a rhyming game, or a straight-up fight. No, if it's a straight-up fight, I'm gonna lose. So, I'm gonna challenge her to... rock, paper, scissors, but yeah, with my costume. Yeah, you know what? Since my costume could be hard, can I make scissors with the? Oh, I can make scissors. Oh yeah. I can make rock, paper.
Let's do rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors.
The girl goes slack jaws in surprise. Yeah. And if I win, you have to let me have those dying drinks.
Rock, paper, scissors. Sure, whatever. Okay, I accept.
Here we go. I'm ready, my fist. 1, 2, 3, shoot.
Oh, I gave her paper and she gave me the scissors she wants.
I've lost. We're doing best out of 3, right?
What?
1, 2, 3. Ah, the same thing! I lose again! And I even tried to change up by throwing paper twice in a row. So yeah,
You were doing first to 3, right?
1, 2, 3, shoot! Ah! Yet again I lose! My reverse psychology has backfired!
Another paper and she does another scissors.
So, let's try out of 5. Best 4 out of 7? Okay, now that we've done warming up, want to do this for real?
Sure.
Shoot! Every freaking time I pick paper, and every freaking time she picks scissors. Why? Shoot!
Every time she picks paper, every time she picks scissors, and they never change. It's like...
This goes on for a good 30 minutes. We've thrown more times than I can even count, and I haven't won once. Reverse psychology. Reverse psychology. Even reverse psychology. She sees through me every time. I'm terrible at this. Beyond terrible. How? How can someone be this bad at rock, paper, scissors? I want to keep going until I win at least once, but the girl is clearly pretty fed up. This sucks. But I've reached my limit. Time's up.
Oh, right about now, there's someone else who's been told that this time is up, and he's quite in a predicament. It's Junichi Nagishita. The ruthless ultimatum was issued by none other than Minoru Minoikawa. Alright, so this will break... So, wait. Are you saying that the rock, paper, scissors was supposed to happen? Because here I can jump. I can jump to Minorikawa from 10:30. Yeah. Now it's 1:35 and we're gonna jump back to Minorikawa at 1:15. Alright, let's jump. Yeah, the keep out is broken. Time's up! Minorikawa has had enough. You gather up customer for a product that doesn't even exist, then try to sell them something else. It's a classic con. You got it all wrong. I am selling Burning Hammer, I swear. Liar! I bet you're even planning on trying to hustle the props for those little magic tricks. What? No, I'm not. You gotta believe me. Oh yeah? Minorikawa sneered. Then just where is this Burning Hammer of yours, huh? Go on, tell me. He grabbed Yanagishita by the collar. Hey, now, easy there, sir. Tell me. Please, just let me go. I said tell me. I'm a pacifist, Yanagishita cried. You're a what now? Minorikawa scowled. A pacifist. I demand 3 million yen in reparation. Yanagishita shook free of Minorikawa's grasp and showed a hand in his face for a change. Reparations? Minorikawa faltered, baffled by his unexpected counterattack. Yeah, pay up! Yanagishita demanded. 3 million yen in reparation! He seems to have forgotten his customers entirely in his fury. Don't be absurd! Now I know you're a journalistic muckraker. Only a journalist would stoop so low. Hey everyone, look here. This man just assaulted me. Wait, hold on. I was just... Right here, folks. Now everyone can bear witness to the true face of the media. It's people like this guy who go around besmirching fine, upstanding citizens with trumped-up hogwash. Hey, wait just a minute here. You're the one who's trying to sell a product that doesn't even... Yanagishita broke into a sudden fit of wailing. Okay, that was crying. And then everybody behind turned around and looked at Minorikawa and Yanagishita. Minorikawa turned to look back at the approaching crowd. Its member glared at him with accusation. Ladies, Yanagishita begged, his voice interspersed with sobs. I am so sorry. I had this amazing diet that I was planning to offer to you all at a reasonable price, but it turns out I won't be able to sell it after all. This man is going to write a piece about how my product is bogus. My company's reputation is going to take a huge hit, and because of that, I won't even have a product to sell you, and it's all going to be his fault. As he choked out his word, Yanagishita dropped to his knees in defeat. That's when the riot started. Everybody's turning. Yeah, everybody mobbed around Minorikawa, and then Minorikawa wasn't sure exactly when he blacked out. When he came to, he was sprawled out on the floor. Craning his neck to look around, he saw no sign of Yanagishita or his customers, only tattered flowers and busted chairs strewn out about the room. There was a ringing in his ears. The back of his head throbbed painfully. His arm felt too heavy to lift. It was like the entire body had been transformed into a lump of cement. Finally, he remembered. After Yanagishita's little act, the crowd had descended on Minorikawa from all sides in a frenzied free-for-all. Yeah, now we see like a 40-something housewife just slapped the guy silly. Slack! Against an angry mob that side, he hadn't stood a chance. They had worked him over until he was black and blue. In the midst of the fracas, while the customers were distracted, he caught sight of Yanagishita speaking out of the room. Clearly, the man was no stranger to worming his way out of sticky predicaments. Now, as he tried to piece together what happened next, a mysterious figure loomed over his blurry vision. It's a mascot. It sported pointed ears atop its enormous head, along with a big, broad mouth. Whatever it wasn't human. Has that come for me at last, then? A smile of delight crossed Death's face. No doubt he had indeed come to eject Minorikawa from this mortal coil. If you're here to finish me off, then you're welcome to try, Minorikawa growled. But only if you beat me in a challenge fair and square. Minorikawa had never been one to give up easily. Even now he refused to go down without a fight. Okay.
A challenge, you say?
Asked Death. Still, the bright pain on his face remained. That's right. I challenge you. That was all well and good, but Minorikawa's strength was gone. At best, he was only able to move one hand. Rock, paper, scissors, Minorikawa said. In his current state, that was all he was capable of. Nonetheless, it counted as a challenge. If you beat me, then I am yours to do it as you please, he went on. For a while, that was silence, and then he nodded deeply.
All right, then. I accept your challenge.
And so Minorikawa and Death held out their hands. He's doing a scissor. Minorikawa tried to throw a rock, but with several of his fingers broken, he couldn't quite curl them into a proper fist. Death, on the other hand, threw paper. I've lost. All at once, Minorikawa's last remaining energy drained from his body. No, that's scissors! That's not a rock, that's just scissors! Bad end. The rampage. So, let me get this straight. The keep out led to a dead end. The keep out led to a bad end. Oh, am I serious? Are we serious now? This is how. Oh my god. All this could have been avoided. Alright, the rampage. Let's see. A simple complaint about the demo's delayed start turned into an argument with Mr. Yanagishita and ultimately into an all-out melee. If only there'd been some burning hammer around, this might never happen. There must be something Tama can do about all of this. The smart money's on her. Alright, so I shouldn't have jumped then. Well, yeah, I shouldn't have jumped. That's what they're telling me. Alright, so...
I want to keep going until it was once.
Because there's the connection, like...
I want to win at least once!
And she got her wish, because she defeated Minorikawa. Wait. No. Stop. No. Okay, up.
Well, thanks for humoring me for so long. Guess those drinks are all yours. I shuffle off, my shoulders slumped in dismay. On shaky legs, I make my way back to the Nokane building. I'm half tempted to just abandon the whole burning hammer disaster, but I know I would feel guilty afterwards. Besides, after all the effort I put into this, I would at least like to get paid something. I'm back! I call out casually as I open the door. When I see what was inside, I feel like I've been smacked in the head with a mallet. Oh, the demo room is completely totaled. Torn flowers scattered all around. Most of the chairs have been knocked over. Someone obviously trashed the place. Who the heck did this? I had thought I was all alone, but then I spot someone lying in the corner.
Oh,
It's some guy I don't recognize.
it's Mirikawa. Erg!
The man grows pitifully. What's going on? I ask. What happened here? I go over to the guy and shake him gently by one shoulder.
Has that come to me? For me at last, then?
His voice is a mere murmur.
If you're here to finish me off, then you're welcome to try. But only if you beat me in a challenge, fair and square.
Huh? I'm not sure what he's going on about, but my competitive streak is too strong to let me ignore what I just heard. A challenge, you say?
That's right. I challenge you. Rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors! Rock, paper, scissors again?
If you beat me, then I am yours to do it as you please.
All the vexation I felt earlier when I lost to the girl in the knick-knack shop stirs within me again. I feel like a kettle boiling over. At this point, I don't even care who my opponent is. I need to slay the nagging disappointment inside of me. All right, then. I accept your challenge. I hold out my fist. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Shoot! I throw paper. And the man... throw scissors! I've lost. I guess I really am just no good at rock, paper, scissors. Or maybe I should say I'm really good at losing at it. I had thought my earlier loss must have been some weird fluke, but apparently it wasn't after all.
Another bad end. Rochambeau, number 31. Oh, wait. I wanted to read that. Can I still read it? Yeah, I can still read it. Thanks to her epic rock, paper, scissors losing streak, Tama wasn't able to get any burning hammer. Maybe she was to be expected. That was to be expected, seeing as she only ever throws paper. She'd probably do better with some other form of challenge. Alright, so... yeah, that was my plan, and that confirms it. Rock, paper, scissors sucks. And by challenge, I mean a rhyming thing.
Let's play a rhyming game.
Huh?
The girl says. She seems a bit put off by the suggestion. Yeah, I say. And if I win, you have to let me have all of these.
A rhyming game? Really?
Okay then. Really? Silly. Okay then. Glisten.
Oh wait. Okay, I don't know who's talking now. Listen. Okay.
Silly. Okay then. Glisten.
Listen, I'm a martial artist.
Artist, huh? Oh, that's a tough one. Aha! Smartest. Glow.
No. What am I saying is I'm a fighter.
Okay, fighter. Shouldn't be too hard. I can do this. Just have to not panic. Let's see, Rider! Haha! Okay. Scissors!
What do you mean scissors?
No!
Wait, what the heck is going on?
Crap, nothing rhymes with scissors. That's an illegal move. I drop with a fighting stance. Okay then, shall we fight? The girl grins back at me.
Now you're talking. The name's Miku, by the way. Challenge accepted. Okay, so we have to fight. They're outside.
Miku and I march out of the shop, out on the pavement. We stare at each other down.
She brings her kickboxing gloves. So, if you win, I'll let you buy the burning hammer,
Miku says.
but if I win, I get to keep it and you have to pay for it.
What? Isn't that a little unfair?
If you don't like it, then it's no fight, no deal.
I don't have time to rethink this. Alright. Ready whenever you are. Miku does a little brisk shadow boxing.
A training technique for boxing involves practicing strike, guards, and evasion against an opponent who isn't actually there.
Throwing a repeated 1-2 combination.
Whoa, what's the deal? There's people coming around. Is something going on? It's a street fight!
A number of people pass by, including a businessman, a couple, as well as some pretty gruff-looking fellas.
Oh, the couple is Ashiendo and Itomi. They pass by while running away from some mysterious foreigner. Oh, so this is the distraction. Alright. And it's all at 110 mark. So let's jump to Ashia at 105. Alright, the keep out is broken. From Ashi's side. Okay. As luck would have it, they soon found a crowd in their path, backs turned towards them. Excited voice rose up from the throng. Whoa, what's the deal? Something going on?
It's a street fight!
A fight, as the name implies, that takes place out on the street. Typically using bare hand and no weapons. Even a bare-handed fight can result in serious injury, though, which is why they're pretty illegal. Street fights are illegal in Japan. Achi clutched Itomi's hands good and tight. Whatever you do, don't let go! Without a moment's hesitation, he plowed his way through the crowd. Emerging on the far side of the gathering, Achi saw the main road ahead. Cars were zipping past in a steady stream. What do we do? There were too many cars for them to rush across the street without getting hit. But they couldn't exactly just sit and wait for the light to change, as they certainly couldn't go back the way they came. Their pursuers were getting closer and closer. Hitomi! Achi shouted. We're going across, we're turning back. No, we're going across. Because I believe this is the traffic jam that Kano is relying on. So, yeah, we're going across.
What?
Dragging Hitomi by the hand, Achi darted out into the street. Moving purely by instinct, he wove his way through the gaps between the speeding cars. Oh yeah, when they were halfway across, a car slammed down its brake to keep from hitting them, causing several cars behind to crash into one another. The multi-vehicle pileup plunged the roadway into total chaos. As a result of this chaos, traffic in the nearby area would be a standstill for a while. While on their way to the syndicate hideout, Shinya Kano and Jack Stanley have been caught in this traffic jam. So let's jump to 110. Alright. So this will erase the bad end instead of the keep out. The car moved at a glacial pace toward the crime syndicate's eyeing out. Stanley pounded his fist on the steering wheel in frustration. They had no sooner set out than the traffic slowed to a near standstill. Despite the occasional lurch, it never crept above a crawl. Kano stood in the passenger seat. The case was rapidly getting out of hand. Now he had to worry about the safety of both Maria and her sister Hitomi. Never mind the fact that Detective Tatano also gone missing. There were too many unknowns, too many uncertainties. His ease was growing unbearable. Also, Tatano wasn't radioed in, and we can't reach him from our end either. Kuse's word kept echoing inside Kano's heads. What could have caused Tateno to drop out of contact? Someone had gone after Hitomi while Kano and the others were busy trailing the attaché case. Could Tateno have been... No, it couldn't be. Kano was sure Tateno would have done whatever was necessary to keep Hitomi safe. Stanley broke the long silence. What's on your mind? Still thinking about that call from Kuse? Kano didn't answer. Look, if you're worrying about that other detective, the guy couldn't even protect one girl, Stanley continued. Not exactly an unwritten endorsement. Don't you talk about Detective Tateno that way. I'm concerned about Hitomi Osawa, but the missing attaché case needs to come first. Stanley's expression remained stone cold. Kano flashed him a sidelong glare, then went back to staring out the window. A moment later, a flurry of motion in the nearby alley caught his eyes. With a start, he recognized Sasayama. His fellow detective was caught in an altercation with a man in dark clothes. Kano sprang into action, his body moving almost before his mind registered the situation. Sasayama! Flinging out the door open, he leapt out of the car. Hey, wait! Stanley called after him, but Kano was already sprinting towards the fight. Oof! The other man knocked Sasayama into a pile of garbage. As Sasayama struggled to get back to his feet, his opponent looked down at him with a triumphant sneer. Kano finally got a good look at the man, and his eyes flashed with recognition. It was the perp who'd first taken the attaché case back at the scramble. Tariq Al-Karawan. So, when he was running after Achi and he lost them into the street fight, and when they crossed the street to cause a traffic jam, Sasayama found the guy and fought him. You! Kano growled. He sped like a bullet to tackle Al-Karawan around the legs, but Al-Karawan nimbly stepped aside. Kano's arms closed on nothing but air. At the same moment, Al-Karawan deftly wrapped an arm around Kano's neck. Kano left a vice-like pressure on his carotid artery, a move known as the front choke sleeper hold, constricting the carotid artery, stopped blood flow to the brain, causing the opponent to lose consciousness, also known as the guillotine choke. His consciousness quickly began to slip away. Oh no you don't, you bastard, he snarled. Lowering his center of gravity, he got a hold of one of Al-Karawan's legs and used his shoulder as a fulcrum against it. Yeah! Despite the arm still crushing his neck, Kano managed to lift his opponent high into the air. And he slammed! He continued the movement to heave Al-Karawan up and over himself, slamming upside down into the heap of trash. Stanley strolled up to the aftermath of the struggle. Well, you got the brawn part down, he said. Need some work on the brains. Al-Karawan was sprawled on the top of a mound of refuse. He'd been knocked out cold. Sasayama coughed and sputtered. Kano went to help him off to his feet, but Stanley stepped in between them. What are you doing? Stanley asked. Helping Sasayama. What does it look like? We need to apprehend Al-Karawan first. He's not even conscious. Sasayama can come first. He pushed Stanley aside and crouched down alongside his partner. Are you alright? He asked. Yeah, Sasayama groaned. You bailing me out though. Can't let the missus know about that. Mum's the word, Kano said. He slipped an arm underneath Sasayama and helped him to his feet. I managed to find the guy at the attaché case, Sasayama said. But when I tried to arrest him, this fella came out of nowhere and attacked me. He flashed Al-Karawan's a nasty look. So here we go again, disobeying direct orders, Stanley huffed. What's the deal with Japanese police anyway? He shook his head in expiration. Sasama gave Kano a puzzled look, jerking his thumb at the American.
Who's this guy?
It's a long story, Kano said. He filled Sasama in on the situation.
Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and cuff this guy,
Stanley said. Kano knelt down by Al Karawan's unconscious body, flipped him over, and proceeded to cuff his hand behind his back. Kano paused. Al Karawan's sleeve had slid back from his wrist. What's this? Yeah, it's a scorpion. Now we see the other half of the tattoo, the skull, and then there's a scorpion. The unconscious man has a tattoo of a two-headed scorpion on his left forearm. A two-headed scorpion. Stanley strolled over.
You found something?
He asked. Yes, I think this guy might be the ringleader. Saying the image has reminded Kano of something he heard back at headquarters, that the head of the foreign syndicate has a scorpion tattoo. He relayed this information to Stanley.
I see.
Stanley called up Kuzi on his cell.
You'll be happy to know that the guy with the attaché case is still at large, he said. Apprehending the ringleader at this point shouldn't be an issue. One of your so very capable subordinates gave us a big step forward in that case here.
Wait a second, Sasama murmured.
That was sarcasm, wasn't it?
Stanley hung up and called over to him. Think you can escort this guy back to the precinct? Yeah, sure, seeing how very capable I am. Kano felt his phone vibrate. The display showed an incoming call from Rumi. Hello? He answered warily, keeping his voice down. Stanley had him a little on edge.
It's me.
It was Shizuo. Damn it, Kano thought. He did not have time for this right. Oh, okay, it's Shizuo the dad.
It's me, it's Shizuo.
Not time to do this right now. But if he just hung out, it might be an even deeper hot. If he just hung up, he might be in even deeper hot water. Kano decided he'd have to take that risk. He hung up the phone, decided better listen to what the old man has to say. Alright, no harm is to figure out what the old man has to say. Hello, sir. I'm afraid I'm not really at liberty to take a personal call right now, even if it's from my father-in-law. He did his best to sound apologetic.
I'm not your father-in-law.
Oh, yeah, of course. Sorry, sir. He bowed his head reflexively, feeling like an idiot.
You really don't give a damn about keeping me waiting like this, do you?
Sir, I swear to you, I feel terrible. Please, I just... Flustered, he took a deep breath and recomposed himself. I promise you, sir. I promise I'll be there. If you can just wait a little while.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Shizuo's barking rebuke made Kano break out in a sweat.
You think I'm gonna let you off the hook just because you're working a case? This is exactly why I don't want my daughter with some detective.
Great, another angry tirade. But didn't you used to be a detective, sir? Kano muttered.
You watch yourself, you little brat. It's not enough that you keep calling me your father-in-law. Now you have to bring that up.
Evidently, Kano had touched a raw nerve. Ever have a dentist hit a nerve while drilling a tooth? That's where this expression comes from. It seemed that, like anything he said, only made matters worse.
Well, you're not off the hook, Shizuo continued. I am never letting my daughter marry the likes of you.
His fury hitting this crescendo, Shizuo promptly hung up. Why on earth did Shizuo hold such intense malice toward police detective when he'd been one himself? Kano had become a detective from Rumi's sake in the first place, and now it was the biggest thing holding him back.
Hey, come on, let's go!
Stanley's voice snapped at Kano of his days. Ugh. Grimly, he followed the American back to the car. Yet again, Stanley was stomping the steering wheel in frustration. Traffic hasn't let up one bit. It was starting to look like they might never make it to the foreign syndicate hangout. Kano caught sight of the girl in a hoodie weaving her way between the stopped cars on foot. The girl in the hoodie, Miku Morita, was a fighter at the cosplay fighting pub Bride, but just decided to retire after losing to Tama the cat in a street fight. She's thinking about what to do with herself now. What? She lost? She lost! Well, we probably would have figured it out if we were playing Tama, but they spoiled the fight. Oh, I'm sorry. I should have read that out loud. Sorry, folks. I spoiled the fight. He rolled down the window and called into her. Excuse me, miss. Did something happen? Huh? What do you mean? With the road, I mean. What's with all the traffic? Oh, alright. Apparently there was some big accident over at the train station. That's probably what's causing it. Really? Yeah, I don't think you guys are gonna be going anywhere for quite a while. She smiled and went on her way. Stanley gave the steering wheel another punch. Well, I guess they did say this wasn't just some typical ransom case, he muttered. Kano saw an opportunity. If they're not after the money, then what are they after? Stanley kept his eyes forward, acting as if he hadn't heard. Look, Kano said, I can't help you if you keep me out of the loop. After a few moments of thought, Stanley replied with a single monosyllable. Drugs. What? Maria's father, Kenji Osawa. I assume you're aware he works for Okushi Pharmaceutical. I am. Nothing's been made public yet, but Osawa's recently oversaw the development of a new drug. It's not all uncommon for a new drug to be in development for 15 years or more, with expenses totaling 20 to 30 billion yen, roughly 200 to 30 million US dollars, before it is approved. Worldwide demand and sensational profits can be expected if a groundbreaking medicine is developed. Nonetheless, pharmaceutical companies are often under major pressure due to the tremendous cost of labor and equipment. And someone is trying to get their hands on it. Kano's mind latched onto this new information, trying to assemble the pieces of an evolving puzzle. Someone? Who? An international criminal mastermind. This foreign syndicate is merely a tool in someone else's game. Kano regarded Stanley's face carefully. He looked more cold and serious than ever. So wait, does that mean that the reason we're letting this syndicate walk around unfettered is on my orders? Yes. I see. So the only thing you're really concerned with is catching this international mastermind? Precisely. Kano felt like he was starting to get a picture of what sort of person Stanley was. So you don't really care what happens to the girl who's been abducted, do you? Not particularly, no. Why do you have a problem with that? Kano clenched his fist. His hands were shaking with anger. What? You have a problem with that? Dictatum number 8? When you really want to punch something, you really probably shouldn't. Kano recited the words inwardly like some sort of desperate mantra. If he didn't manage to calm himself down, he was liable to slam his fist right into Stanley's face. Outside the car, the traffic remained at a standstill. Kano chafed against a feeling of utter futility. One after the other, his uncertainties came to nag at him. Was Maria still safe? What had happened to Hitomi and Tateno, her bodyguard? And now, on top of all this, it struck Kano as rather careless to send Sasayama away with all Karawan without any backup. Now that Jack had altered him to the presence of a dangerous international mastermind still on the loose. Firing back his feet of pique, Kano got out of his cell phone. Do something impulsively out of irritation, resentment, or the like, similar to doing something in a huff. So he dialed up Sasayama, or he dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Yasawa residence. He'll put a little more information about the family of his 2 daughters. You know what? Let's talk to Kajiwara. He dialed up Detective Kajiwara, who was stationed at the Yasawa residence. He hoped a little more information about the family's 2 daughters might shed some light on the situation. The detective answered promptly.
Kajiwara here?
Hey, it's Kano.
Kano?
A horrid jarred beeping was audible from the other end of the line. What's that noise? Kano asked.
Sorry, hold on. I can't really hear you. Okay, go on.
It sounded like Kajiwara had moved away from the source of the noise, though Kano could still hear it faintly in the background. He explained that he was looking for more info on the Osawa girls.
Honestly, Detective Kano, I thought you were more mature than this,
Kajiwara said disapprovingly. Come again? Kano said, bewildered. What's with the attitude all of a sudden?
You got a little crush, don't you?
Kajiwara told him.
What?
No, detective, that isn't why.
You mustn't let yourself get personally attached to an investigation. Still, I was young and impulsive myself once. I guess I can tell you one thing.
Kano kept his cell phone pressed tight against his ear. The two girls?
They look exactly alike.
Kajiwara kept his voice low as if he were revealing a major secret. But Kano knew this already. Everyone assigned to the investigation had been informed that the girls were twins at the previous night's briefing.
However,
Kajiwara continued, still sotto voce,
their personalities are pretty different. The younger sister, he told me, is quiet and reserved, but Maria's apparently more of a busybody.
Ah, I see. Kano thought back on Itomi standing in front of the statue of Hachiko. She had indeed seemed like an introvert, though Kano had also sensed her intense commitment to helping her sister. Perhaps she was less demonstrative, but her heart certainly seemed to be in the right place. Why? Kano heard someone shouting in the background wherever Kajiwara was. Huh? What was that just now? He asked.
Mr. Osawa, the girl's father. I think some things might have happened.
Kajiwara's voice was laced with concern.
I should go see what this is all about.
Yeah, probably. But Kano,
tell me.
Yes?
Which one is it? Which one do you have a crush on?
Kano hung up. At long last, traffic began to move again. Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. The abrupt stop made Kano smack his head against the windshield. Hey, what gives? Look, Stanley said. He gestured with his chin. Al-Karawan? Kano couldn't believe his eyes. There, walking around the sidewalk ahead, was Al-Karawan. Very much not in custody. What the hell? Kano shouted, already hopping out of the car. Stanley was right behind him. They crept out on their target silently as possible, then rushed him once they were close. In a moment they had subdued him. Kano used his own body weight to hold Karawan down. What are you doing out here? He demanded. Whoa, hey, guess you didn't read the memo, huh? Al-Karawan flashed a coy grin. They let me go. Let you go? I think your buddy here might have some hearing problems, Al-Karawan said to Stanley. I'm a free man. Kano turned and glared at Stanley. What is he talking about? No idea. First thing first, get this guy back to the precinct. I'll head to the syndicate and hang out by myself. You don't think this is weird? Kano asked. I mean, what the heck is this guy doing on the loose again? What matters is that he is free. Maybe he's telling the truth about being let go. But that's ridiculous. Then I guess he must have escaped on his own, Stanley replied. In either case, your buddy screwed up royally. Now it's on you to unscrew things. None of this sat right with Kano, but the fact remained that he couldn't just let Karawan go. He gave Stanley detailed direction to the hangout, and then the car sped away towards Yoyogi. Then Kano headed back to the precinct with his captives, trying to reassure himself that he might learn something from questioning Al-Karawan that would help resolve the case. Kano sat opposite Al-Karawan in the interrogation room. He'd been attempting to interview the suspect for about a quarter of an hour. Al-Karawan sat ramrod stiff, not responding to any prompt or question. What time is it right now? He's taking away his watch, his wallet, a small knife, and his keychain. That was the third time he asked to know the time. Why are you so concerned what time it is? Kano asked. Al-Karawan gave no reply. Are you waiting on something? Again, the suspect was staunchly silent. Kano wasn't sure what to make of this, but he'd take a look at his watch. It's around 2 o'clock, he said. What time exactly? 2:18. 2:18 and how many seconds? Look, just cut the crap! Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar. What the hell are you people after? Al-Karawan merely repeated his question. What time is it right now? With a growl of aggravation, Kano shoved his wristwatch in Al-Karawan's face. It's 2:20. It's 2:20, Al-Karawan said. Okay then, that should do it. What? What does that mean? The interrogation went on for several more hours. Despite Kano's best effort, however, Al-Karawan said nothing more. During all that time, the case continued to develop in unexpected ways, but Kano, stuck in the interrogation room, knew nothing about it until everything was already over and done. Bad end? Questioning Al-Karawan. Bad end number 26. So, while Kano performed admirably in recapturing Tariq Al-Karawan, ironically, his action actually disrupted the investigation. Maybe letting the syndicate run free for the time being really was the right call. Someone can do something at 1:40 that throws a wrench into Kano's activities, thanks to the involvement of unrelated parties, and Kano's reaction will make the investigation played out differently. What? Alright, so let's see what I can do. Like, I got 2 jumps. I got Achi and Tama, who I got jumped. Osawa, there was a keep out, but now it's gone. So Minorikawa still have a... What if it doesn't start? You know what? Yeah, let's turn it around. Let's go back to... No, you know what? No. Osawa first, then Minorikawa. Alright. The bug tracker. It's Osawa? It's Kashiwara. Ah, perfect timing. Oh yeah, the thing that says that's broken. All of a sudden, a different noise cut in over the bug tracker. Kashiwara here? Hmm? Kano? Kashiwara's customary nonchalant expression vanished into a sudden seriousness. Sorry, hold on, he continued. I can't really hear you. He headed out of the room, the phone clutched to his ears. Osawa was left to wonder what the detective had been about to tell him. The bug tracker was what? What the heck was going on? The sound wasn't stopping. Deciding that he'd better do something, Osawa took the bug tracker and checked behind his bookcase. It didn't seem like the signal was coming from back there. He proceeded to pull each and every one of the books off the shelf. Nothing. Oh, I see. Kano's phone call didn't give the time to explain to Osawa that his bug tracker was faulty. So I guess I have to go back to Kano and call Sasayama instead. He checked the area around his computer. He scanned the monitor, the case, the power outlet, but he found nothing that could be a listening device anywhere. He found a small screwdriver and dismantled the mouse. The brown circuit board was lined with chip, but nothing appeared out of the ordinary. And still, the mechanical sound continued, mocking him. Just try to find it. Go ahead, look everywhere. Beep, 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 beep. He was being ridiculed. The sound just wouldn't stop. And still, the time ticket passed. Has it been 5 minutes? Then, maybe more, he began to lose hope that he could find the listening device and even stop caring. Instead, he was overcome with the feeling that his room, which for years had been his sanctuary, has ceased to be his own. It was as if something other had intruded and had laid claims to his personal space. In his fevered mind, he began to hear the tracker sound as a high-pitched laugh, an accursed, relentless noise, cruel and taunting, the mockery of the devil himself. Osawa hurled the bug tracker against the wall. Then he picked it up, only to smash it back into the floor. Then he stomped on it ferociously. There was a satisfying snap accompanying the sensation of the thing being crushed underfoot. The noise stopped. Or, well, it ought to have. And yet, for some reason, the horrid noise kept sounding in Osawa's ears. It wasn't coming from the bug tracker after all. It was inside his own head, somewhere inescapable, echoing within his skull. No, the noise didn't stop. It only grew louder. Why? 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 Osawa screamed. Why? Why was he being tormented like this? He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't even think straight anymore. He felt his mind beginning to dissolve. Bad end. Alright, so yeah. Brain freeze! I know how to fix this. No worries. I know how to fix this. That was a good call to go to Osawa straight. So, here, getting out the cell phone, Kano's gonna call Sasayama. He dialed up Sasayama. He wanted to make sure his partner had gotten Alcarawan back to the precinct safely. Sasayama picked up the almost right away. Kano, what's up? How are things on your end? Any problems getting Alcarawan back? Nah, I got Tateno taking care of him. Tateno? Wait, what? Kano could hardly believe his ears. You were in touch with Tateno, he asked. He could hear the shock in his own voice. Yeah, just bumped into him over by the precinct a little while ago. Then he is safe. Kano felt a surge of relief. What about Hitomi then? Stanley glanced over at him, curious. Tateno said he lost track of her somehow. And then he got called back to the precinct, apparently. Tateno had lost track of her? That's not like him, Kano thought. Since he was heading back there anyway, I handed our guys over to him, Sasayama said. I see. Kano was glad to hear that Tateno was alright, but his relief was tempered by a surge of anger at the thought that what had happened to Hitomi. Now I'm back to telling the attaché case, Sasayama continued. Today is my wife's birthday, you know. My plan is to wrap this up ASAP so we can celebrate tonight. I've already got a present and everything. I envy you, man. Closing his eyes, Kano took a moment to picture Rumi. But Shizuo's face popped into his mind's eyes right alongside her. Well, just hang in there, buddy. Even if your girlfriend... Oh. Just hang in there, buddy, even if your girlfriend is just a picture of Masami Nagahama. The beast and the hoarded gold at the heart of the world and the Sweden fortress. There is another nationally famous actress with the same name, but it's a nationally known fact that the two are completely separate people. Still snickering, Sasayama hung up. Kano bit his lip and slipped his phone back into his pocket. At long last, traffic began to move again. Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to stand on the brakes. The abrupt stop made Kano smack his head against the windshield. What gives? Look. Gesture with his chin. The guy is out again. Kano couldn't believe his eyes. They were walking around the sidewalk ahead. Was Caravan waiting much not in custody? What the hell? Right behind him, the same cutscene. I'm a free man. I'm a free man. What time is it? 2:20? Good, good. I wasted enough of your time. I think your buddy here might have hearing problems. I'm a free man. Kano turned and stared at Stanley. What is he talking about? No idea. First thing first, get this guy back to the precinct. I'll to the syndicate organ by myself. None of it sat right with Kano. Okay. So, Kano sat opposite Al Karawan in the integration room. He's been attending to interview the suspect for about a quarter of an hour. That doesn't change. That I only come back to Kano to got rid of. Oh, the keep out is back. The keep out at 155 is back. Yeah. I see now. All right. Back to Minorikawa. No, let's go back to the jumps. Let's go at Tama's jump. That's the deal. Street fight. Number of people passing by. A couple, as well as some pretty gruff-looking fellows. Asao Ozu and his underling Yutaro Segawa, members of the Tenryu Gumi Yakuza Syndicate. Oh! Those assholes! Asao Ozu and Yutaro Segawa. The Tenryu Gumi operates a lending firm called Takarada Financing, and these two have been tasked with collecting outstanding debts. They've already collected from one client today. Next they plan on grabbing lunch before heading off to find their next target. And some of them stopped to form a small crowd. The sales demo has already started by now. I don't know.
The sales demo has already started by now. I don't have time to goof around here. And watch as Miku start up for footwork.
Huh.
Left jab. She's quick. I can see why she's the champion.
Yeah.
She's immediately follow up the jab with a right now. Right hook. I jerked aside at the last possible moment and deliver a little swat to Miku's shoulder.
Wow!
She slips off balance and pitches forward.
Ooh, wow, what was that?
The crowd is fairly clamoring. Miku right herself and get back into a fighting stance.
What the? How?
She doesn't seem to know what just happened.
Rah!
This time, I watch as she unleashes a kick with her left leg from a distance. On reflex, I bring up my right hand and adopt a guarding stance.
Gotcha!
She calls out. It was a feint! There was a visceral whoop of a second kick connect coming at me from a different angle.
Huh? Whoa, what gives?
Whoa.
Yeah, because the kick hit the side of the head of the mascot, but because of the padding, she couldn't felt. She probably couldn't have felt it. So like she didn't flinch. She got a kick to the head and like she's like, nope.
My big mascot head serves to cushion the blow to the point that I barely feel it.
Hi-ya!
She proceeds to unleash a string of additional kicks with her left leg, trying to defeat my fuzzy armor. Eventually I catch hold of her foot, holding her off balance and begin to walk her backwards, making her hop awkwardly on one leg. And I throw it, and then boom! Quah! Casual flip on my paw, and Miko goes whirling onto the air.
Yo!
The crowd erupts into cheering applause as a spectacle.
Phew! You're tough! Who the heck are you?
As you can see, I'm a cat. A wry smile comes to Miko's face.
To think a bright competitor would lose in a street fight? Guess it's time to go back to being an ordinary girl. Today is the day I retire.
Ah, phew. Good match there. Miko claps my hands firmly.
But hey, I'm just glad that my last opponent was you.
Yeah, she claps her hands like she's like, "Aww."
I hosted up the boxes of the diet drink. So, how much does it come to? I asked the sales clerk. He shakes his head.
Oh, don't worry about payment. You've more than earned it with that spectacular display just now. That was really something. Heck, even I'm shocked at what just happened. It's amazing what a little desperation...
It's amazing what a little desperation would do for you.
So, that move you used, that was some Aiki Jujutsu, right?
A traditional Japanese martial art that emphasized learning to anticipate an important first move and instantly counterattack. Skilled practitioner can toss and throw opponent with simple touch. The art predates the development of more specific Aikido, and so some dangerous techniques still remain. Yeah, Aiki Jujutsu, yeah. Like a throwing technique from Aikido.
Huh? Oh, I guess? I'll tip my head non-committedly.
Calm down, no need to be so humble. I'm a martial art fanatic. I know my moves when I see them.
Knick-knack shop owner Taisei Yasuda watches roughly 350 martial arts fights a year. He's practically fond of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and he's thinking about studying it himself. There's a dojo that he's been eyeing, but he's rather timid and has thus far only waffled non-committedly outside the entrance to the place.
He can call it whatever he wants if he's letting me have the drinks for free. This is going to be a lifesaver!
Is that all the shopping you'll be doing with us today?
He asked. Actually, come to think of it, I do have one request, I say.
Sure thing.
Could you please not sell that necklace there? I promise I'll be back to buy it later.
Sure, no problem.
The sales clerk gives a deep bow. I did it! I managed to solve my burning hammer problem. Now I just got to get back to the sales demo.
Oh, that must be awfully heavy. Here, why don't you use that dolly?
The sales clerk indicates the hand truck over in the corner. Oh, thank you so much! I load the pile of boxes into the cart and rush back to the Nokami building. By now, the sales demo will be well underway. I need to get back as soon as I can. If there's nothing to buy, the customers are going to leave, and everything I have to go through will have been for nothing. Come on, Demo, you can do it! Just gotta hurry. I charge for the demo, pushing the dolly ahead of me like a battering ram. Oops! Sorry to keep you waiting! I got the products, I got the goods.
You're late! What the heck have you been doing?
This is Yeremi.
Yeah, Yamagishita is there with Midorikawa.
Mr. Yanagishita practically throws himself at me. The weight must have been killing him. Standing behind me is a man I don't recognize. Where is that guy?
Oh, I can jump to Midorikawa right away. Oh, I cannot do that. Because I didn't choose a proper action with him. Oh, let's continue with Tama, and then I'm gonna fix Midorikawa later on. Because the Rakus was on...
Who is that guy? He doesn't look like a customer.
Okay, Tama, just come with me for a minute.
I follow Mr. Yanagishita into the break room. Sorry I'm late. There was a whole bunch of stuff that happened, But look, I got the product back! I proudly opened one of the cardboard boxes. Ah!
Ah, it's burning hammer. It really, really is.
Yanagishi clutches the box close, nuzzling it with his cheek. Oh, how's the demo going, I ask?
I've got Cheery keeping them occupied with some magic tricks. Now watch me.
I sneak a peek through the door and see Cheery guzzling orange juice from a gigantic container, draining it in one go.
Like you know those water bottles, those giant water bottles, 5 gallons or 10 gallons bottles from that you put on water coolers. One of them is filled with orange juice. Now watch me make this orange juice disappear. Glop 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 glop.
Is that really a magic trick?
Oh, if it buys us time, it's magic enough.
Before long, the last of the juice is gone. Over in the corner of the stage, I see 6 more huge containers, all likewise empty.
What?
It's shocking to think that she may have drunk all 7 of those things dry. The audience erupt into sincere applause, like they've forgotten what they originally came here for. Cheery comes back to the break room, positively drenched in sweat.
I think I should have stuck to doing imitations for a little longer. No, that was fantastic, Cheery.
Mr. Yanagishika says.
Just fantastic. Thanks to you, we have enough time to get the burning hammer back.
He bows profusely.
All right, now it's time for the main event. Cheery, go out there and guzzle down some burning hammer and get yourself all drenched in sweat. Got it? Aye, aye, boss. And Tama, just go up there, smile all big and say, "This'll help me lose a bunch of weight too." Got it?
Got it!
Good. Now then, Yanagishita gestures to a man. Oh,
Yanagishita gestures to a man I hadn't noticed before who's been waiting quietly nearby.
Of course. Begging your pardon, miss.
It's a service rep from the rental shop who proceeds to try to get me out of my mascot suit.
Masamichi Fukuma, employee of Far East Costume Rentals, the only son of company president Shigemichi Fukuma. He is one of the few people who know that Shigemichi looks like as his father, usually clad in a rabbit costume. Masamichi has harbored a strong dislike for both his father and mascot costumes ever since the old man showed up at school on Parents' Day one year dressed in his inevitable rabbit suit. Nonetheless, the son has acquiesced to his father's wishes and someday he'll inherit the family business. Okay, now, Oh, that's odd.
The rental guy tilts his head.
what's the matter, Yanagishita?
Asks nervously.
Yeah, this is a no-go. The rental
guy pokes his finger at the back of my suit.
This here zipper, it's all jammed up.
This is going to take a long time to get this thing off.
What the hell? Mr. Nagishika clutches the sides of his head. The rental guy tries tugging at the costume from various angles, hoping to free up the zipper, but like he said, it's no use. The rental guy's eyes widen at the sudden sound of a cat's mewling.
Was that you?
He looks at me confused.
Did you hear a cat meowing?
Yes?
Was it you?
No, not me. I'm as surprised as he is.
I must be hearing things.
Mr. Yanagishita and Shiri don't seem to have heard anything.
Bah!
Yanagishita's fuming.
Just my luck. I finally find a cute model and the crowd's never going to see her.
Hey, boss,
Shiri said.
the customers are gonna leave if you keep them waiting much longer. What do we do? Want me to go out there and do some more impressions?
Shiriko's repertoire impression. 1. A sea lion yawning. 2. A harbor seal hailing a cab. 3. A walrus reading sutras. 4, a fur seal can't reach the itchy spot on his back. And 5, a stellar sea lion taking a nap. Okay, that's weird. No, we don't have any choice. Tama, you're just gonna have to go out there dressed like that.
Are you sure? I ask.
If those people go home, we're done for, he exclaims. Just get out there and get started. Whoops. I pressed one too many times. I'm counting on you two. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting.
Cheery and I spring into action on stage.
But now I'm proud to introduce you the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. The latest product from the West that's taken the diet world by storm.
Every seat in the house is packed. That means there's about 40 people here. You only need to sell 5 bottles to each customer in order to sell out. I'm hit with a sudden jolt of motivation. Allow us to explain just how this revolution...
Allow us just to explain how this revolutionary new diet drinks works its magic.
Cheery begins. The plan is for me to describe how the drinks works, and then Cheery will demonstrate it with a taste test. All eyes are fixed on us. I begin. For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away. Astonished gasps rise up from the crowd. Just take a look at this marvelous red liquid. Even look at it makes you feel like you'll be shedding weight, right? Here's how Burning Hammer works. It activates the capsaicin found in chili peppers.
Capsaicin, the primary spice component of chili peppers, said to be effective for improving blood flow and stimulating the burning of fat. Because it is a severe skin and eye irritant, it's also an ingredient in some form of pepper spray for personal defense.
Activates the capsaicin found in the chili peppers. I pause to take a deep breath before continuing. And rapidly breaks down the triglyceride responsible for causing obesity. Again, the crowd hums with excitement. This response is better than I thought I could have hoped. We're off to a terrific start. And now, this young lady here will demonstrate Burning Hammer's effect before your very eyes. Cheery steps into the spotlight. Just wait till you see how much she sweats. Proof that the fat is being burned right there on the spot. Cheery holds the bottle of her Burning Hammer up high.
Cheers,
she says. As she opened the bottle, however, one of the women in the front row speaks up.
Hold on, she's already sweating pretty hard.
Oh, she's right. Cheery's drenched in sweat from head to toe. Another woman chimes in, suspicious.
All of that juice drinking from earlier, that was all just to make her sweat like that, weren't it?
All of a sudden, the crowd is in an uproar. No, not at all. Drinking Burning Hammer makes you sweat way more than this. I rushed a towel of Cheery sweat for her. Go on, hurry up, drink it down. Cheery's face screws up unpleasantly as she gulps down the bottle. And the sweat doesn't come. God, why isn't it working? I exclaimed. The audience momentarily forgot it.
Guess I've already sweated out too much.
Cheery replies unfazed. Well, why were you sweating? Why were you sweating so much?
Look, you were taking forever at the 100 yen shop.
The crowd shifts from uproar into riot.
Did you just say 100 yen shop? Scowling
customers begin to close in.
No, that's not it. You've got it all wrong.
Please, just listen.
Oh, we can see what's going on here.
The situation has gotten out of control.
Look, this product is so valuable that 100 yen shop is about the only way we can get it.
Uh-oh. I think I just put my foot in it. The Customers glare at me, their eyes bright with rage. Please let me apologize, asking for forgiveness and cease to buy my revenue.
Alright, so I got 3 choices. Please let me apologize. Asking for forgiveness seems to be my only options. B. Haha! Kidding, that was just a joke. I just gotta play this off smooth. And hunk of lamb chops. It's a clumsy attempt to force it off, but it's my only option. I don't know what that does. I'm gonna try that.
Hunk of lamb chop. It's a clumsy attempt to force it off, but it's my only option.
Okay.
She didn't say 100 yen chop. She said hunk of lamb chop, I repeat. Meaning that burning hammer is just so incredibly filling. Having it just one tiny bottle will feel like you've eaten it. Will feel like you've eaten a big meaty meal. Yep, that's what she meant. Hunk of lamb chop.
Uh-huh.
Sneers one customer.
Sure. Do they really sell this at 100 yen shops? Rats!
We didn't manage to distract them.
100 yen shop?
What's that?
Answer me! Do they really sell these at 100? Look,
I cried. It's the chupacabra! Look, it's a chupacabra! I twist my arm to point only to accidentally catch one of the attendees in the head with my fuzzy fist. Look, it's a chupacabra! And then I hit someone. Oops! Then the woman lets out a muted groan and sinks to the ground unconscious. The rest of the crowd stare at me in stun. Oops, I murmur.
come here!
Shouts Mr. Yanagishika, reaching out to the break room.
What the heck are you doing? Abort!
Meows.
If you let these people know the truth about this stuff, they'll never buy it.
Uh-oh, now you've done it.
Chewie doesn't
This need to point the finger at him, his fierce stare and ferocious.
Uh-oh, now you've done it.
Realizing they just blurted out, Mr. Yanagishita is aghast. Now there really is no saving this. The customer descend upon Mr. Yanagishita, their wrath of terror to behold.
So that it is true. What the hell are you trying to pull? I can't believe you're trying to sell this crap for these prices.
I get all jostled and tumbled about, and my mascot costume takes a bad beating. Finally, the storm passes.
It's over. It's all over.
Mr. Yanagishita wails to the empty room. So, boss? About getting paid.
Boss, about getting paid.
Even Chiri seems hesitant to ask.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen, obviously.
Yanagishita doesn't so much as look up, his shoulders slump further in defeat.
I'll take payment in kind then.
Chiri says.
Mind if I take this burning hammer home with me? Sure.
Yanagishita says lifelessly.
Go right ahead. Alright. I'll be off then. Later, Tama.
Chiri picks up the cardboard boxes and heads out. Sir? It's the man from the rental place.
Sir?
Is he after that?
I believe you still owe me for the costume rentals. Oh, right. How much was it again?
Yanagishita rummaged in his pockets.
Well, given the severe damage, I'm afraid I have to add the full cost of the cat suit to your bill. Your total comes out to 200,000 yen. Was that 200 yen? No, sir. 200,000 yen. Sorry, I can't hear at all. I think I might have ruptured my eardrum. 200,000 yen, sir. Okay.
Yanagishi takes all the cash he has in his wallet and holds it out reluctantly.
That's only 20,000, sir. The rental guys.
Furrows his brows.
I'm afraid this won't cover it. I understand that, but I don't got no more than this. Don't got no more? Sir, please. You're not a child. Then give me a discount. Make it 20,000 instead of the 200 you owe. You know I can't do that, sir.
But Mr. Yanagishita refused to back down.
Oh, that's right. Insurance. I got insurance in the event the suit won't have damage. No, you didn't. No, I did. You did not, sir. No, I did. Then where's your paperwork to prove it?
Yanagishita called me, clasped her hand to his chest.
Right here. The paperwork is there inside my heart.
The rental guy clutches the side of his head in exasperation. And believe me, I feel his pain.
You know what? Never mind. I'm going to leave this to my boss.
Turning his back to the ruins of the sales demo, he slumps his way out of the room.
Alright, you mean all this time it wasn't a bad ending? I thought it was gonna leave up to a bad ending.
Now it's just me and Mr. Yanagishita. Please try not to let it get you down so much, sir, I said as cheerfully as I can muster. He's already down on the floor, sobbing mess.
You wouldn't know what it's like to feel so utterly hopeless.
I think I might have an idea, sir. In fact, I'm sure of it.
At this point, there's nothing more I can possibly do.
He slumps forward, trembling like a willow tree. Things will turn around soon enough, I'm sure.
You don't know me like I know me,
he says.
There's not going to be any turnaround, not after this.
Okay, now this little pity party is starting to piss me off. You know, if you think you're the only person who had a run of bad luck, you're dead wrong! I wind up shouting the words louder than intended. Mr. Yanagishita whips his head back up.
Yikes, where did that come from?
I need to tell you something. My pent-up emotion comes surging to the surface. I have amnesia! Yanagishita's eyes go wide.
What?
I can't remember anything from this morning. My name, how old I am, where I live, any of it. I would much rather be in your shoes, sir. Mr. Yanagishita looked at me with a hint of disbelief.
So, where'd you get the name Tama then?
I thought of it when I saw the tamagoyaki in those lunch boxes.
Aha! Tamagoyaki. Tama. I get it.
He claps himself on the thighs as if he had some big eureka moment.
But wait! How come you lost your memories?
Well, I don't know for certain, obviously. I don't remember. But I'm pretty sure I took a hard blow to the head. When I came to, I was inside of a storehouse with a massive headache.
A storehouse?
A surge of vertigo washes through me as I recall waking up in that strange dim place. Yeah, I had just gotten out of there when you flagged me down, sir.
Really? So, is it pretty unnerving then, not knowing who you are?
He sounds like he's talking to me seriously now. Yeah, it sure is. But it's not going to do me any good to just fret over it. And besides, I've got a clue.
What sort of clue?
There's a necklace I saw at the knick-knack shop. The same place I found the burning hammer. Somehow, I know that it's important to me.
And so you took down this job so you could afford to buy it?
Why not? Of course, now that the job has ended in a total bust, I lost my shot at getting it.
Okay then.
Mr. Yanagishita removes his shoe and yanks out the insole.
This year is really the last of my money.
He pulls out 20,000 yens, adds it to the other 20,000 from his wallet, and thrusts it up towards me.
Here you go.
He says,
That includes the reimbursement for the burning hammer you picked up.
I plucked up 2 of the 10,000 yen bills between my fingertips. I actually didn't have to pay for it, but the 20,000 we agreed upon is fine. But how about you, sir? Are you going to be okay? Like, after all this?
Compared to your misfortunes, mine are nothing. They might send me up the creek without a paddle, but I bounce back somehow. I'm sure of it. And then?
Clutching his fist, Mr. Yanagishita gets a far-off look in his eyes.
And then, one more time, I'm gonna go see a bride fight!
My jaw nearly drops. Right? Like the martial arts pub?
Wait, you know about bride? Man, I've spent so much money at that place.
Wow, it is a small world.
Especially that Miku. I wonder how much she has made me spend.
Miku, huh? I'm pretty sure I just accidentally forced her into retirement, but I decided to keep quiet on that front. He nods.
To be honest, the reason I borrowed all that money was to pay my tabs at that place. And I had to borrow from some pretty shady sources too. I can't help but suspect that this pork...
I can't help but suspect that this poor guy got a real raw deal.
Why don't you take that mascot costume with you?
Huh? I mean, I don't really need it.
No, I insist. Take it with my blessing.
Sure. I'll be on my way then.
I got a crazy idea, but... Oh!
Out in the hallway, I passed by the man I noticed earlier. The one I didn't recognize.
Yeah, the one I cannot, Minorikawa, the one I cannot access yet.
Odd. The sales demo's over. I wonder why he's still here. I give him a faint nod and he nods back before slipping into the demo room. I should keep my finger crossed for the guy. At last, I'm back outside the building. I feel bad about not returning to the cat suit to the man from the rental place. Still, I can't just walk around town wearing this thing. It'll stick out like a sore thumb. I figure it's best to just leave it behind. And then it dawns on me. Hold on! I still can't get this thing off. It's time I skin this cat. I need to get rid of the costume, whatever it takes. It's not worth the struggle against this cat staying in the bag. Figure out the knick-knack shuck as is.
I'm gonna try taking it off.
It's time I skin this cat!
Skin this cat. The exact origin of the phrase, there is more than one way to skin a cat. It's uncertain and a matter of some dispute, though it appears to have arisen in the latter portion of the 19th century. It's hard to imagine why anyone would want to conjure up such a gruesome mental image.
I need to get rid of this costume, whatever it takes! I take hold of the head in both hands and I yank it upwards as hard as I can. Please tell me I'm not just imagining things. The head feels a whole lot looser than it did before. If I give it a good enough push, then maybe... It come off! I did it! I slipped out the rest of the cat costume and gleefully abandoned as I head to the knick-knack shop.
Keep out. Keep out. Okay. I remove the head, but then I go to the... Alright, let's go back to Minorikawa.
So let's just calm Mirakawa's tits and we should be fine. I'm going to be heartbroken. I'm just gonna go home. I'm going to be heartbroken! He kept his expression blank as an empty slate. Hey now, no need for that, sir. Just settle down. Who doesn't like a silly little magic show now and then? You've got 2 minutes. Hey, a minute and a half passed already. 1 minute? Whoa, okay, this part we already seen it. Not really reason. This man was getting flustered. Just, you know, I just want to get focused on the little magic show first. Try again. 30 seconds left. Then there's the time's up. Skip out? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Again. Alright, Tama. To the rescue. There's 2 jumps. This one? Unfamiliar man. Yeah, the unfamiliar man. Alright.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
You're late. Ah, now it's unlocked. There you go.
Ah, oops, sorry to keep you waiting.
A girlish voice exclaimed. A moment later, a furry figure came charging into the demo room. The crowd fell silent at the sight of a young woman in a cat costume. The cat girl panted visibly. Her arms were loaded with cardboard boxes. You're late! The event organizer snapped. What the heck have you been doing? Grabbing the newcomer by one paw, he vanished with her into the back room. 1:25. The chubby-cheeked girl wrapped up her magic routine and hurried after them. The audience stared at the now empty stage in confusion. Several minutes passed before the organizer reappeared. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, he called out. But now I'm proud to introduce the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. At his signal, the young woman and the cat appear on stage. Allow us to explain how this revolutionary
Revolutionary diet drink works with magic.
The young woman exclaimed cheerfully. Oh, this was a cheery. Because it says the young woman. But since Midarikawa doesn't know any of them names, I have to figure out like who is who. So the cat nodded and threw out her arms. The first time in human history you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Oh.
For the first time in...
Okay. I'm gonna get it right. Ladies, terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, but now I'm proud to introduce you to the worldwide sensation that is Burning Hammer. Allow us to explain how this revolutionary new diet drink works. It's magic.
For the first time in human history, you can drink a single bottle and lose a whole kilogram. Just drink and burn that excess weight away.
And with that, the sales demo was underway, a good 25 minutes behind schedule. 5 minutes to the presentation, things began to go awry. An angry clamor filled the room. What the heck are you trying to pull? I can't believe you actually tried to sell something like this. The outrage has been triggered by something the young woman on stage has said. She inadvertently slipped that Burning Hammer was the sort of thing you could buy at a 100 yen shop. The would-be customers were furious to learn that they were about to be played for suckers. Most of them had immediately tried to storm out of the room. Now, the organizer, the full-figured young woman, and the girl in the cat costume were at the door doing their best to hold back the tide. Things had gotten pretty interesting, really. Minorikawa pulled out his digital camera and started firing out snapshot of the angry crowd. Unfortunately, the frenzy was so intense that he was soon caught up in the flow and was pushed out of the room. Fine, I guess. I'll just need to do some interviews instead of getting pictures. Excuse me, yes, one woman. Would you mind if I ask you some... Shut your mouth! Let me see pictures of the women trampling him. Man, poor guy. Would you mind telling me a little about... Don't you talk to me! Oh, this woman looks angry as hell. Like she's about to break her knitting needle. Could I get a word on? Unbelievable! Just unbelievable! The woman was so enraged that Minokawa couldn't get any of that to give him the time of day. Before long, the entire crowd had surged out of the room and departed. Oh well, guess I've got enough to do a write-up at least. Oh boy, you can write something out of that? Good luck, sir. Very much good luck, sir. Alright, now I'm gonna change my controller. There you go. I'm gonna adjust my seat a little bit. Sorry if it makes some noise. Though it would be nice to get a quote from somebody. Decided to try for an interview with the man who organized this fiasco. How did this guy feel, for instance, about his product scam falling through? Heading back into the event room, Minokawa passed by the cat mascot. Okay, this is why I jump back. There you go. It's only 1:35. Yeah, this is why I got to keep out. Oh no, that didn't trigger. That didn't trigger at all. Because now I'm at 140. You know what? I'm gonna jump back. Yeah, alright, let's jump back. It didn't work. It didn't work. Obviously it didn't work. Heading back into the event room, Minokawa passed by the cat mascot. The cat gave him a tiny nod and walked off without a word. He couldn't see the face of the girl inside the costume, but she seemed genuinely dejected. That burning hammer has been a bust. Hey, I'm Minoru Minorikawa, freelance reporter. I was wondering if I could have 5 minutes of your time? The organizer sat in the midst of his ruined displays. Oh, it's you! The man's voice has a lot of his earlier punch. Here, my credentials. Minorikawa handed him a business card. The man introduced himself as Yanagishita, and Minorikawa got right down to business. So, your sales demo is over, Mr. Yanagishita. How do you feel right now? How do I feel? Well, tomorrow is another day, I guess. Minorikawa was impressed by the guy's candor. I'm a little surprised to hear that, he said. I figured you'd be more disappointed. Oh, I'm pretty disappointed. Oh, I figured you'd be more disappointed. Oh, I'm pretty disappointed. I took a big gamble here to repay my debts and I lost. Yanagishita didn't seem to be trying to hide anything. Debts? Minorikawa asked. There was a girl I was in love with, Yanagishita said. I wound up spending everything on her. He stared wistfully into the distance. Ah, interesting, Minorikawa said. You wouldn't be the first man to go to such length for a woman. Yeah, Yanagishita said. I suppose not. A rueful smile crossed his lips. This guy didn't strike Minorikawa as some die-in-the-wool scam artist. But I decided it was time to stop feeling sorry for myself, Yanagishita went on. There are plenty of people in the world who have it way worse off, you know. You got that right, Minorikawa nodded in agreement. So I just figured, well, as long as I'm still alive, maybe another opportunity would come my way. A more earnest smile broke to Yanagishita's forlorn expression. Minorikawa wished Toyama to have been there to hear his fellow. I have a friend who is in an incredible amount of debt myself, Minorikawa said. He runs a publishing company, but there was a big mix-up with the scratch card in his magazine and... Scratch cards?! It's not important, Minorikawa said, hurriedly. Letting more people know about the whole scratch card fiasco simply wouldn't do Toyama any favors. Anyhow, that's a terrible thing. Is it Minorikawa nodded sagely. Oh, and by the way, this is unrelated, but are you familiar with a group called SOS? Apparently, there's some legendary street gang here in Shibuya. SOS? Yanagishika shook his head. No, I never heard of them. Guess I'm not gonna get my lays on that case here. Minorikawa wondered if there was anything else worth asking this guy. Maybe Yanagishita would be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. No, nothing came to mind. Was out of town at the time. Oh, let's try the Shibuya Now. Maybe Yanagishita would be willing to take his Shibuya Now survey. Taking a little bit more of the burden of the Shiaki seems like a good idea. I have another question. How do you feel about your life right now? Huh? How do you feel about your life? Your products aren't selling, you can't repay your debt, and yet you still refuse to give up, believing opportunity will come your way. How do you feel about all that? Yanagishita paused in thought. I'd say I'm a pretty lucky guy. Minorikawa was taken somewhat aback by that response. I haven't been able to sell any burning hammer, and sure I can't pay off my debts, but even so... Yanagishika looked Minorikawa right in the eyes. The two cute young girls I got working for me have stuck with me through thick and thin. Sometimes maybe you just need to be content with something like that, you know? That was refreshingly forthright. Minorikawa was surprised. And... I mean, so what if I got debts? Yanagishita went on. In the long run, none of that matters, not really. There was a knock at the door. Oh, excuse me a moment, Yanagishita said. I wonder who that could be. The Yakuza, he opened the door, his face froze. Damn! Wasn't quite quick enough. Mr. Minorikawa? Yes? You'll have to pardon me. I have a little something crop up here, so if you don't mind... Oh, sure, not a problem. I've got another interviews I need to get to anyway, so I'll just... But Yanagishita was out of the door before Minorikawa could even finish. Stepping out into the hallway, Minorikawa could faintly hear voices from the adjoining demo room. It sounded like Mr. Yanagishita and two other men. Yeah, it's the Yakuza. Minorikawa couldn't make out any words, but he could tell they were arguing about something. It was probably some consumer complaint against one of his products or an issue with a client company. Something along those lines. Man, people who run companies sure have it rough. You hanging there, Mr. Yanagishita? Oh, perfect timing. Minorikawa stopped short as a familiar voice called out to him. Oh, it's the clerks. Oh, perfect timing. It was the man he spoken to earlier this afternoon about the surveillance cameras. Hey, come here for a sec. The man waved him over. Come here for a sec. The man waved him over. What is it? I'm really busy right now. I've got a scoop for ya. Saw it with my own eyes. Minorikawa raised an eyebrow. Give me the details. Okay, so a little while ago I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone who looked like a detective. A foreigner in handcuffs? Had there been some kind of international sting or something? Whatever the case, it wasn't such a rare thing to see. Where was this? Just over there, behind the police station. Minorikawa furrowed his brow. I suspect arguing with a cop outside a police station wasn't all that weird. Still, he had a feeling he was missing something here. Well, the big thing is what happened afterward, the man said. Afterwards? The man leaned conspiratorially.
The detective undid the guy's handcuffs and let him run off.
What?
I'm telling you, man. It had to have been like a bribe or something.
A bribe?
That seems unlikely. I swear that's what it had to be. There was some wheel greasing going on.
You're not making this all up, are you?
Minorikawa asked. He regarded the man coldly, but the guy still seemed quite legitimately worked up. No, it's all true. Please, you have to report this to the police right away.
Why do I have to? Minorikawa asked. If you have a tip for the police, you go give it yourself.
He didn't quite manage to stop himself from saying that out loud. No, I can't. I'm no good when it comes to police. Besides, they're never gonna believe someone like me.
Okay, so maybe he had a point there.
But you're some world-class reporter, right? The cops will totally take your word over that of a random nobody.
Minorikawa didn't have time to debate the point. It was easier just to make the call. He phoned up the police to leave the tip. The man bowed repeatedly, looking pretty grateful.
Oh, thank you so much. I haven't been able to get any business done with those scary thugs around.
What thugs? Or what line of business are you in anyway?
What? The man suddenly went pale. Oops. I gotta get going. He skittered off in alarm.
Minorikawa was left to wonder what this guy's line of work actually was. But he had more important things to worry about at the moment. He hurried off in the other's direction. Before long, he arrived back at Café Lautrec. The clock on the wall showed that it was close to 2 o'clock. He had to somehow fill 6 more pages before the loan company came to Evan Publishing to collect. He booted up his laptop. What's with this coffee shop? Lay a low, stern voice. You've got no good magazine here. Minorikawa looked up. An older man was complaining to one of the waitresses. It was the same guy who'd been yelling at his daughter earlier. Oh! Evidently, he'd been there at the cafe this whole time. Haven't you got any magazine for me to read? The man's face was a mask of irritation. Minorikawa glanced at the magazine in the rack. They were mostly geared toward a younger reader. The waitress sifted through the stack and pulled something from the back. Perhaps this will be to your liking, sir, she said. She held out an issue of 4-star General Gossip. Don't be ridiculous, the man spat dismissively. This is vulgar, low-grade filth. I wouldn't even use the paper it's printed out for compost. That was a harsh way to put it, but Minorikawa couldn't fault him for speaking the truth. The man continued grumbling as he went back to his seat. Minorikawa headed over to the magazine rack himself and picked up the gossip. He opened the front cover and found the scratch card still inserted within. If these things were still out there, it was a bad news. Toyama might end up even further in debt. Bah! Minorikawa yanked the scratch card out and tore it to bits. Sir, what are you doing? The waitress rushed to stop him, only for the pieces to rain down on her like confetti. The magazine itself is still perfectly readable, Minorikawa said. There's no problem here. He strolled back to his seat and gazed at his laptop screen. It still hadn't finished booting up. In the meantime, he decided to give Chiaki a call. Another gulp. She picked up right away. Hello? Minorikawa asked. Hi there. Good to hear from you, Chiaki replied. How's progress? I did it, Chiaki said, her voice overcome with emotion. I managed to get people to hear me out. Of course you did. You got your pointers from me. Yes, I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Mino. Her mood had done a complete 180. Minorikawa allowed himself a little sigh of relief. Okay then, he said. Head back to the editing department and put together an article for me. You got it, sir, Chiaki chirped and replied. I'll email you as soon as I'm done with things on my end, Minorikawa told her. Just use the DTP to slot your piece into the right spot in the layout. DTP, abbreviation for desktop publishing, refers to the process of editing a manuscript's layout on a computer preparatory to sending it to the printer. Also used to refer to the software used for creating such layouts. Creating layout data that is ready for printing but has not actually been printed yet is also sometimes called DTP. Okay. Sure thing! Minorikawa hung up, then rolled up his sleeve. He was sure as towing a pretty narrow line today. The Burning Hammer event had kept him a little longer than anticipated. Now he needed to clean up his copy as soon as possible in order to stick to his schedule. When he turned back toward his laptop, however, he froze with shock. What? His laptop monitor was still a black empty screen. There's no way it would take it this long to finish booting up. Oh, it couldn't be. No, don't let it be true. This computer decided to pick now of all times to give up the ghost. Minorikawa felt the blood drain from his face. To be continued! Oh my god! Minorikawa's story ends with a laptop going blank. No, my laptop died of all things at 2 p.m. No! Alright, so let's do Achi. Yeah, Achi is still stuck at 115. Alright, Minorikawa is finished. What's the keep out with Tama? It's not with Minorikawa, because when I did it with her, it didn't break. So it must be something else. Alright, let's continue with Achi. Yeah, when they were halfway across, crashed to another, total chaos. In a matter of moments, the street was clogged with a long line of stopped vehicles. Achi and Hitomi pursuers remained on the other side and did not pursue. Okay, that was crazy. Hitomi panted as she caught her breath.
Well, you know what they say, idle feet are the devil's playthings.
Oh, wait, that's the other way around.
Okay, that was crazy.
Well, you know what they say, idle feet are the devil's playthings.
Hands. It's idle hands.
Whatever, at least they've gotten away. Come on, let's go! Achi led the way down several twisting side streets before slowing his pace. By now, Hitomi has slumped and panting heavily. He wanted to give her some time to rest, but if they just hung around, their pursuer might still find them. He looked around and spotted a multi-tenant building. The nearest door was opened. Bundles of flowers were set up near the entrance. Flowers for Au revoir, the 22nd performance by the theater troupe The Wandering Angels. It tells the tales of a man named Ryu looking back on his 100-year life as a warrior. The performance features wire action as his major set piece, with Ryu and his viral Shido flying high through the air during battle with the magical Muramasa blade and beam saber respectively. Okay, so it's a theater troupe. Achi peeked inside and saw piles of plywood and painted lumber. It looked like this was a storeroom for a theater stage, props and scenery. We can hide out in here, he said.
But...
Hitomi hesitated, but Achi gave her hand a little tug. It'll be fine. There's nobody around. He stepped inside the storeroom and Hachi quickly shut the door behind them. We should probably rest for a bit, he said. There was a wooden platform set up besides a large piece of plywood. She picked up a magazine that had fallen on the floor and spread it on top of the platform dusty surface. Here, now you can sit without getting your clothes dirty.
Thank you.
He told me quietly, took a seat. Yeah, this is still gossip. This is the magazine that Minakawa was like taking care of. We should probably turn off our cell phone, Archie said. Could be very bad if they rang at the wrong moment. The two powered off their phones. Archie took a cursory look around. It didn't look like there were any way in or out besides the door they'd come in through. There was a single window set in the wall, but it wouldn't open far enough to let them through. Ah! He told me they let out a quiet gasp. Now we see like there's a picture. There's like a blurry window, and then two hand shadows came out of it. Boom! Those were someone was outside the storeroom. Archie put a finger onto his lips, and he told me gave a fearful nod. The window's frosted glass blocked any real view in or out. So long as they stayed quiet, they ought to be safe. Now we see a face, like a silhouette. Whoever was outside pressed their face to the frosted glass, trying to get a glimpse inside. The blurry visage of the blurry visage of the foreigner who attacked them was dimly visible. Like the man with the cane before him, this guy was quick to catch up. The man pounded on the glass. Archie swallowed the lump in his throat. If these guys got in, they had nowhere to run. Archie turned to Intomi. Let's hurry to the door. We'll be fine. Just sit tight. Let's stay here. We'll be fine. Just sit tight. Intomi clutched into Archie's arm hard. Can I help you with something? Said a casual voice from outside. They saw their pursuer react at once, pulling back from the window. That's just our storeroom, you know, the voices added. Archie heard footsteps scampering away. The kidnapper had run off. Archie exchanged glances with Hitomi and let out a tiny sigh. There were more voices coming from outside now. What's up with this guy? I don't know. Whatever, let's just hurry get this stuff tidy up. Man, my throat's raw. It sounded like a conversation between two men. The storeroom door opened and the men clumped their way inside. Tomonari, Tayaka, and Tarotoga, two members of the theater troupe, the Wandering Angels. Takaya is the Wandering Angel star actor playing the lead role of Ryu in today's performance of Au revoir, the troupe's 20 seconds piece. The troops 20-second piece. Last night, he slept completely naked and caught a cold leading to a sore throat he has now. Toga is the stage director handling things behind the scenes. He's very irritated that Shinichi Bando, in charge of the props, seems to have gone AWOL. So what are we getting? Let's grab all those folding chairs over there. Yeah? The producer said we're gonna need a lot more seats all of a sudden. Mr. Owarai said that? Going all out for the troops last hurrah, huh? Beats me, man. In no real hurry. The men went about carting the folding chairs away. They didn't notice Achi and Hitomi sitting silently in the shadows. Not to change the subject, but how come we're using a dry ice machine and not a smoke machine? Maybe that's why my throat's bothering me. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Nobody's even operating it and still drawing a ton of power. Think it's effective? Achi and Hitomi waited for the two men to finish up. If they were spotted, it would probably cause a scene, and worse still, it might alert the men who were haunting them. Once they carried off the rest of the folding chair, the men closed the storeroom door. The foreigner could still be somewhere nearby, though, so Archie decided they should hide out in the room a little longer. God, this blows. I want to get back out there to look for that blue van ASAP, but Archie trailed off as something occurred to him. Wait a second. Now that's weird. He told me he looked at him inquiringly. The kidnappers already have their ransom money, yeah? Archie said.
That's right.
And then they told you that your sister was in some blue minivan. Isn't that kind of weird?
What do you mean?
Did you figure that your sister was in the minivan by herself?
Well, yes. If one of the kidnappers were with her, they wouldn't need to send me to go get her.
Right, Archie said. And yet the fact was that as soon as the kidnappers had their money, they could have let Itomi's sisters out of the vehicle and just run off. There was no point in sending Itomi to fetch her personally. The look of revelation dawned on Itomi's face. Oh!
Oh! That minivan has already left Donganzaka,
she said. And it came back while we were there waiting for it, Archie finished. He thought back to his earlier run-in with the blue vehicle. So then inside that minivan, there had been a bunch of foreigners inside, which meant the kidnappers had been trying to ambush Hitomi. The kidnappers didn't have any intentions of giving her sister back. Both are good. Kidnappers have been trying to ambush Hitomi. They told her that her sister was in that minivan to lure her to it. And the kidnappers have been lying in wait inside.
Do you think they were trying to kidnap me too?
That's it! Archie clapped his hands together. Then they'd let your sister go and demand a ransom for you! And then they'd make her deliver the ransom money for your release. They'd be able to get like infinite ransom money by constantly abducting one twin after the other.
That seemed a little far-fetched.
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. Now that she said so, Archie realized it was kind of a ridiculous idea. Still, what if the kidnappers really were trying to...
What if the kidnappers really were trying to kidnap me?
Tommy said.
As in, like, they
accidentally abducted the wrong twin? I mean, I guess that would have been easy to butch up.
That would imply that they wanted me specifically, not my sister.
Tommy paused briefly in thought. Maybe you're hotter than your sister or something? Archie suggested with enthusiasm. Tommy shook her head.
That can't be it. If anything, it's the other way around. Compared to my sister, I'm just...
Whoa, hey, stop right there. Archie had to interrupt her. You're not just anything.
Please don't. I am. I'm just...
Tears had welled up in Hitomi's eyes.
Why did it has to happen to her? Why not me?
Whoa, hey, come on, don't cry.
I'm sorry.
Cheer up. It's like that song says. Don't just stand there, wipe those tears away. That one. You know it?
Is that Ayakamiki?
Yeah, that's the one. Put your hands in mine. Every single bee's a light.
Huh?
You know, every single bee's a light. He told me the type of giggle.
It's everything will be alright.
Huh?
You get the lyrics wrong. It's everything will be alright.
Oh, right. I guess that makes more sense, I guess. But what do I know? Like, why do pop idols sing in English when they don't even understand? Like, Archie's mouth curled into a sheepish smile. Alright, I think we've laid low long enough, Archie said at last. Think we should be on our way? He was about to get to his feet when he heard voices outside the storeroom again. Yikes, that was barely careless of us. Yeah, we definitely gotta watch it. Ugh. The theater guys from earlier returned and they sound a bit panicked. Tomonari Takaya and Tarotoga, two members. Takaya is the running national star actor. In addition to appearing on this stage, has been taking on TV drama and film work as well. The next role he's slated for is Sun TV's upcoming suspense drama Sumo Queen 2. Well, he'll be playing the referee who utters the lame line, "Looks like things are getting heavy," upon discovering a victim's dying message inscribed in one corner of a sumo ring. Oh, because he has a catchphrase. "Looks like things are getting heavy." That's lame. Heard folks have been messing with the storeroom a bunch recently. Uh-huh. And did you hear who's behind it? Some juvenile delinquents. Like a gang? Oh, wow. That takes me way back. Alright, let's hurry on back. Hachi rushed over to the door. He tried turning the knob, but the door wouldn't budge. Oh, come on. Are you freaking kidding me? He paced frantically around the room, pulling at his hair. We're locked in! And that door was the only way in or out. Hachi and Hitomi were well and truly trapped inside the storeroom. This is all my fault, Hachi said. It was my idea to hide out there in the first place, he bawled to Hitomi repeatedly. We're never gonna be able to find that blue minivan now.
Guess we'll have to get someone on the outside to help us,
Hitomi replied. She scowled thoughtfully. They powered their phone back in order to call for help.
Oh, that's me!
She took a look at the LCD display.
It's an email from Mr. Tanaka!
Ah, okay. Hitomi began typing a response. Oh, this is how we removed the keep out from Osawa's story. All right. More wild delusion rose in Hachi's mind. Ideas or fantasies conjure up in one's mind with no logical or factual basis. People can become deluded for varying reasons about a whole host of different subjects. Thankfully, Hachi's delusions here are of an ultimately harmless sort. Oh, he's thinking that Hitomi is going out with Tanaka. Stealing a quick glance at Hitomi, noticed her gazing happily at her phone screen. His delusion ran even more wild. While he was still fretting furiously, Hitomi finished typing a response. So, what did you wind up saying? Hachi asked.
I explained the situation. That we were trapped in the storeroom.
That we're trapped in the storeroom, you've got some guys chasing after you, and you're looking for some van?
Yes, I also asked him to please keep this a secret from my family and the police.
Whoever this Tanaka guy was, Hitomi sure seems to put a lot of trust in him. A short while later, Hitomi's phone chimed with a reply. She checked the screen in a flash, all eagerness. Hachi couldn't help but ask, so what's that character have to say? Did it was most friendly notice? Okay. So, what's that Tanaka guy have to say? A hint of jealousy slipped into his voice.
He says he's going to try to find the minivan for us.
Huh? If he just comes and let us out, I can just go look for it myself.
He says he wants us to hide out there a little longer.
Ah, what the hell? Seriously?
He says that if someone's after me, it's safer to stay where we are.
Yeah, I'm out of the running, Hachi thought to himself. This Tanaka was clearly pretty concerned for her, and there was really only one reason a middle-aged man would think like that. Alright, fine, we'll wait. Hachi turned his own phone off, then slumped back into a huff. After 20 more minutes in the storeroom, the two were sitting in silence. Hachi had one of things to talk about. Do you think you'll ever be friends again? Oh.
Do you think you'll ever be friends again? So you and that one guy, Suzumu, I think it was?
Hitomi's question caught Hachi off guard. He stammered, unsure how to respond. Hitomi shook her head.
I'm so sorry. I barely know you. That was insensitive of me.
No, it's alright. I mean, sometimes I wish things would go back to the way they used to be, Archie said. He let out a tiny sigh. What that Kiryu guy said was the truth. I was the guy who founded SOS. Do you know what I mean by that? Tommy gave a slight nod. I mean, I never wanted to be in charge of a gang or anything, but I knew that if I left, SOS would just fall apart. And I didn't want everyone else to get all caught up over who would take my place, you know? So I thought long and hard about it, looking for a way for folks to stay friends even after I was gone. Flashback. The loud voice echoed through the pool hall that served as SOS HQ. What do you mean you're leaving? Susumu was positively red in the face. You're our founder, Achi. You can't just up and quit. Susumu has been almost like a younger brother to Achi. If anyone was going to try to stop him, Achi knew full well would be Susumu. Look, I'm not gang leader material. All I've been trying to do is make sure we all be able to have fun. That's not true, Susumu said. Think about all that stuff you taught us. Don't you remember every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied? Those are your words, Achi. Did I say that? It's the obvious things you ever said. Then, to Achi's consternation, Susumu got down on his hands and knees. I'm begging you, please don't leave. Without you, SOS is nothing. Achi could feel his conviction waver. I'm begging you here, from one man to another. This is my one request. Susumu, I'm sorry. Achi could barely croak out the words. I'm leaving you in charge. You can't! Susumu pleaded. Please don't say that! Achi turned his back to him in silence. Please, Achi, why won't you listen? I can't possibly beg any harder than this. Enough with all the request nonsense. Achi grimaced. What? Look at you, down on your hands and knees like that. Pathetic. Ultimately stems from the Greek pathetikos, meaning subject to feeling or capable of emotion. Over time, the meaning changed to signify exciting the passions, and later on the more modern sense of arousing one's pity. Achi spoke as harshly as he could, fighting to mask his true feelings. I'm fed up with you, all of you! With each word out of his mouth, Achi could feel his own heart breaking. But if he could make the others hate him, at least it would give SOS a reason to stay together. How can you say that? Don't you try and pull that crap! Susumu's tone has changed from sadness to anger. Find them! I'm never asking you for anything again, he railed. I'll do what you want. I'll take the reign of SOS. Achi walked away, waving vaguely without looking back. Good luck. I mean it. Once he stepped out of the pool hall, he wiped his sleeve across his face and came away wet with tears. Sometimes I think that maybe I could apologize to those guys and we could go back to the good old days again. But that's never gonna happen. Not unless Suzune gets better. He stared into the distance at nothing in particular. At least he'd sorted out how he felt about his former pals. Is there nothing that can help your sister? Hitomi asked. She needs a heart transplant. And the problem with heart transplant is that the timing is tricky. The act of surgically implanting one person's heart into another's body. Such an operation is typically only performed on a patient with severe heart disease who cannot survive without a new heart. There are strict requirements that must be met before a heart can be transplanted. However, chief among them is that the donor must first be brain dead. Even if there's a donor available, the transplant has to be performed within 4 hours or things gets dicey. Because lack of oxygen causes damage, referred to as warm ischemia damage, in any organ removed from a human body, a transplant must be carried out and blood circulation restored within a certain time window, known as the total ischemic time. In the case of a heart transplant, total ischemic time is only 4 hours. Helicopters and charter jets are frequently used to rapidly transport hearts for such operations.
Oh wow, I didn't realize.
Someone with a heart that's a match for Suzune would need to die somewhere near her, somewhere they could perform the surgery within that 4-hour window. The odds of that happening are so small it would almost be a miracle, which is what my sister's been waiting for. Hachi thumbed the left side of his chest. If my heart would do the trick, I'll gladly let her have it. Damn it, and I've got a strong heart too. He thumped himself on the chest again and again. He didn't mention it to Hitomi, but Suzune's blood type made finding her heart transplant even more difficult. She had Bombay blood. Oh, are you kidding me? Bombay blood, a type of blood that does not correspond to the more common types of A, B, O, or AB. In some instances, a standard blood typing yields a result of O in such individuals. First discovered in the city of Bombay, now Mumbai, in India's west coast. The blood type takes its names from that city due to its relatively high incidence rate amongst the inhabitants. Yeah, it's a fake O. It was one of the rarest blood types in the world. Apparently, there were only a few dozen people in all of Japan who has it. Rare blood types such as Bombay are scarce enough that even nationwide blood centers sometimes has them in sufficient supply. For this reason, even such blood types are discovered in everyday testing. Samples are quickly taken to be frozen and stored at temperature lower than 80 degrees below centigrade. At minus 80 degrees Celsius. If Suzune were to receive a heart transplant, it would be needed to be from someone who also has Bombay blood.
Hachi?
Hitomi sounded like she was on the verge of tears. Wow, she must really feel bad for Suzune.
If you did manage to find a heart for your sister, what would you do?
What do you mean?
Say, if you happened across someone who was a donor match.
I would do anything.
Anything?
Yeah, whatever it took. I would risk my own life if it meant helping Suzune. I mean, at that point, I would assume God has granted me a miracle or something, you know?
Mr. Tanaka?
Hitomi's voice was barely a squeak. For a moment, all was silent. Maybe it's just a cat, Hachi suggested. Or not. Tama 30. Okay, so now it's already 150 with Hachi, so I'm gonna try the jump to Tama 140. See if it works. Yes! Well, the tape didn't remove.
It's time I skinned this cat! I need to get rid of the costume, whatever it takes!
No? How come it didn't work? I don't get it. It was the right time. Maybe I did something wrong with the cat suit. Let's try. It's not worth the struggle. Guess this cat's staying in the bag. I figure I'll add to the knick-knack shock as is.
Yes, this cat's staying in the bag!
Keep out again. Alright, let's try to jump again, see if it works. Suzune's illness. Oh, I had to go through all the... I got to redo all the whole heart transplant bit. I don't know why it didn't save there, because it said it saved again, but... Is it gonna work? Yes! Apparently that was the right solution. So...
The sales demo is over, and against all odds, I managed to get paid. Money clutch in one paw, I head out to the knick-knack shop and finally buy that necklace I can't stop thinking about. Hello? Anyone here? I call out. There's no reply. Is the shopkeeper out? Ah, just a moment.
Just a moment!
Panting, the stairs comes scurrying into the shop behind me.
Sorry about that, I just have to pop out for a sec. Woo, you would not believe what I just saw.
He leans against a pillar, gasping audibly as he tried to catch his breath.
Ah, you hear about the necklace?
Do you still have it?
Of course.
Thank you so much. I have half the money here and the rest is in my... Oh, I suddenly remember something very important. Oh no!
The sales
Clerk gave me a curious look.
What's the matter?
My wallet! It's still in there! I pat the customer around the tummy.
So, why don't you just take that outfit off?
Well, I mean, the zipper's kind of broken. I wouldn't be having all this trouble if I just could get out of this damn costume.
Kind of broken?
It's way more broken than that.
Oh, the sales... Oh, it's way more broken than that.
The sales clerk points to a full body mirror. He's right, the zipper in the back is hanging open. Taking this thing off will be a cinch now. Oh, thank you! I'll give him a bow.
I'm not sure you need to be thanking me.
He says, no, I do. If you hadn't pointed that out, I might have let myself stay stuck in there forever. So really, thank you so much. I bow again and again.
Oh! Now she removes the mascot suit in front of him. And he's like, whoa! Now we can see her face. Is that... Wait, what? To be continued. Maria? Tama was Maria? Because she looks awfully like Itomi, but... Oh my god. Yes! Her name change! Her name change! The amnesia part was true. But then... Oh my god. Shocking revelation! Alright. The cat was actually Maria. Does that mean that at 2 p.m. we're gonna see she's gonna be she's gonna have another suit? Alright, let's go back with Hachi. Kenji Osawa cat. Or not! Suddenly someone hit the door hard. It sounded like they were trying to break the lock. You really think that's Tanaka? Hachi asked.
I'm not sure. If it were him, I think he'd probably say something.
Hachi grabbed Hitomi's hand. We'd better hide. The two of them slipped behind a large piece of plywood stage dressing. The door swung open with a loud creak. Oh, it's the man with the cane! In stepped the man with the cane.
What the heck?
Hachi whispers. What's he doing here? Gun drawn, the assassin sprawled slowly around the storeroom. Hachi and Hitomi crouched behind the plywood prop, trying not to make a sound. The man moved out of their line of sight. Hachi gazed longingly at the door. Hachi risked a peek around the corner of the plywood. He still couldn't see the man with the cane. The door was maybe 5 meters away. What should they do? They need to wait just to run for it? No, they need to wait for a safer chance to escape. Safer chance to escape? No, they need to wait for a safer chance to escape. Oh crap, Hachi heard the sound of a cell phone vibrating from behind a tall piece of plywood leaning by the door. The assassin stepped out from behind it. He still hadn't spotted his quarry. Oh, that's still cell phone. I'm sure this is the place. His voice was low and confident. Uh-oh, did he have friends? Still clutching his phone, the assassin wandered deeper into the storeroom. Hachi and Hitomi took the opportunity to slip out of the door. They ran through the alleyways back towards the main road. Before they reached it, however, they suddenly found their path cut off by one of the foreigners who chased them earlier, the accomplice of the man with the pipe. He has a knife! He's holding a knife! He stood welding for them while holding a knife in one hand! Out of the frying pan and into the fire! If they turned back, Hachi knew the man with the cane might catch up with them and he had a gun. Hachi slipped up his sleeveless jacket and wrapped it around his left arm. Okay, he's making a pillow shield. He was going to have to use his left arm to guard against the knife while punching with his right hand. He clenched his fist and braced himself. And then suddenly he froze. Huh? A small dark silhouette dropped from somewhere up above. Landing deftly, the newcomer lunged forward towards the guy with a knife, closing the gap between them in the blink of an eye. Urgh. The figure delivered a swift chop to the back of the man's neck. He dropped to the pavement like a dead man, finally giving Hachi a clear view of the shadow behind him. He's having some sort of tattoo. He has longer hair. Is that a girl? Hachi couldn't believe his eyes. It was a small-statured young woman with Middle Eastern features. He told me that I have a little gasp.
Kanan?
To be continued. All right, we're wrapping everybody up, but all right. So that means I need to wait. So how am I supposed to fix There's a keep out with Osawa. There's a bad end with Kano. Minorikawa is done. Maria is done. Hachi's done. What's the bad end on the sides? Well, Kano performed admirably recapturing Tariq Al-Karawan. Someone can do something at 140 to throw a wrench in Kano's activities. Thanks to involvement of unrelated parties, Kano's reaction will make the investigation play out differently. Alright, so that means Osawa needs to do something at 140. What would it be? No! At 140, it's Maria. No. Maria needs to... No. Minorikawa. Yeah. It has to be Minorikawa. At 140, it's only Minorikawa can do something. But what could he do? What could he do? Nothing came to mind. It was about time to wrap this up. Yeah, since the input of Yanagishita for Shibuya Nao was like meh, and Shiaki, nothing really came to mind. It was about time to wrap this up. Thank you for your time, Mr. Yanagishita. If you'll excuse me though, I'll have to get to another interview. Oh no, of course. Allow me to walk you out. Yanagishita rose to his feet as Minorikawa got up to leave. Oh, that won't be necessary. Oh, it's no trouble. I'm making it up myself. Got around before those guys show up. What guys do you mean? Oh, nobody. Just a personal thing is all. They parted ways outside the building and Minorikawa headed off to the cafe to put his article together. But what happened there? Perfect timing! Stop, familiar voice was the man he spoke earlier afternoon about the surveillance camera. Come here for a sec. What is it? I'm really busy right now. I've got a scoop for you. Saw it with my own eyes. Give me the details. Okay, so a little while ago I saw some foreign guy in handcuffs arguing with someone who looked like a detective. A foreigner with handcuffs? Alright. Where was it? Just over there, behind the police station. Arguing a couple with the police wasn't all that weird, as the feeling wasn't smiling. The big thing is that happened afterwards. Afterwards, yeah, the guy who freed the guy. The detective undid the guy's handcuff and let him run off. Telling you it had to be a bribe or something. What it had to be. I'm gonna check something out. For some reason, that unlocked the bad ending. Just having that conversation, just having so that Minorikawa would leave earlier to cut that guy. Okay, that's weird. That's awfully weird. Alright, but okay, so I'm close to end the part with Kano. I'm gonna jump to Osawa and then I'm gonna end them and then come back to Kano and finish. Alright, at long last, the traffic began to move again. Almost as soon as it did, however, Stanley had to slam on the brakes. The frantic looking man had jumped on in front of the car. It's Yanagishita! Whoa, hey, what the hell you doing? Kano spotted. The stranger plastered his face against the passenger side window. Open up, he shouted. Open the door! The guy showed every sign of total panic. Don't do it, Stanley warned. Kano hesitated. That wasn't like they could just drive off with this fellow clinging to the car. Please, you gotta help me! The man slipped his finger through the gap in the window, trying to force it open. Help me! Whoa, hold on, what's your deal? Help me! Sir, just tell me what. Help me! Look up ahead, Stanley exclaimed suddenly. Oh. Kano whipped his head around. There, walking around the sidewalk, was Al-Karawan, not in custody. What the hell? Kano tried to jump out of the car, but the frantic stranger got an upper body wedged in the window and the door wouldn't open. Stanley, his usual steely expression replaced with a look of shock, exited on the driver's side and went after Al-Karawan by himself. Kano shot at the man in the window. Get out of the way, Stanley, wait. Alright, get in. You know what? Stanley, okay. Because the bad ending ended me with me running after Al Carawan, grabbing it and bringing it to the station for interrogation, and I wasted my time there. Now, the tables are going to be turned. I'm going to be busy with Yanagishita, and Stanley is going to apprehend the culprit. Alright, so I'm going to say, alright, get in. If the guy was that desperate to get inside, Kano was about to stop him. Besides, he needed to get the guy to calm down and let go of his arm. Ow! The man yelled. Let go! Let go! He was the one holding on. Why was he demanding to be let go? What the hell is going on? Just as Kano's thought was forming, the crazed stranger was yanked back out of the car, dragging Kano with him. A pair of rough-looking men had grabbed him by his lower body. Oh, it's the Yakuza! No! No! He screamed. I can't do 80 days hard labor! Somehow was still managing to cling to the car door. Just give it up and let it go already, snarled one of the assailants. The pair shifted their grip and pulled even harder. Kano heard the sound of tearing fabric as the two tumbled backward. Just like that, the crazed stranger was stripped down to his boxers. He let out a pathetic wail. Oh, they broke it. They pulled out his pants. It's like, oh no, I'm exposed. And it's a little heart-shaped pattern on his boxers, like red hearts on whites, or probably pink, because they look like they've been pretty like the red washed on the white, so they look pink. Oh man! The two toughs burst into uproarious laughter at the sight. Now's our chance, one of them managed to sputter. The pantless man snatched up his ruined garment and bolted like a startled hare, to dart off incredibly quickly in the matter of a fleeing rabbit. Yanagishita ran more like a rat than a rabbit, though. Still cackling madly, his two pursuers rushed after him. Kano was still staring dumbstruck at the spectacle when Stanley returned to the car. No luck, I lost track of him. This doesn't make sense, Kano said, forcing himself to refocus on the case. Al Carawan was taken back to the press precinct. What's he doing walking free? Stanley giving a dubious look. Have you seriously not figured it out? He asked. Or is it some kind of strange Japanese joke I'm not getting? What are you talking about? Kano replied. Do you know something I don't? Evidently I do. Your detective Tateno let him go on purpose. That's the only explanation. Enraged at the suggestion, Kano took a swing at him, but Stanley coolly caught his fist. It's not me you should be punching, the American warned. It's Tateno. Abashed, Kano radioed up Kuze on the wireless. Sir, did Detective Tateno bring Tariq Al-Karawan into the precinct? It would appear that Detective Tateno has gone rogue, Kuze replied with chagrin. He what? Surely Kano has misheard. We receive an eyewitness account. Someone saw him allowing the suspect to go free. No, it can't be. We currently do not know Detective Tateno's whereabouts. Or just what the hell is going on with him. After Kano ended the call, Stanley let out a low chuckle. I see. Looks like you had a traitor in your midst. Kano grabbed him by the collar. Stanley snorted. What are you trying to pull here? Tell me what you know, Kano snapped. All I did is state the facts. Look, I watched that man risk his life to talk down a would-be arsonist. He's a dyed-in-the-wool detective. He never betrayed anybody. I see, Stanley murmured. Then he's the real deal. Kano stared in surprise. He expected an argument. Good, he said. I'm glad we're on the same page. Tateno risked his life in order to get people to trust him. He's a dyed-in-the-wool spy, is what it is. Kano didn't have the words. His clenched fists trembling once more. He fumbled for his cell phone again. He dialed Tateno's number. The phone rang 5 times but failed to connect.
There has to be a reason for this,
Kano muttered.
Tateno must know something we don't.
Really now? Stanley scoffed. And what makes you so sure of that?
Because Detective Tateno was sure this kidnapping wasn't about the ransom.
Kano's mind drifted back to 9 o'clock that morning. Ahead of their stakeout at the Scramble, he was walking with Tateno through the halls of the Shibuya precinct.
We're going to do a bang-up job out there, Detective Tateno, he chirped.
He was maybe a bit too excited about getting it to take part in such a major case. Tateno patted Kano on the back.
You need to take a step back. You're not letting yourself see the forest for the trees.
What do you mean, sir?
What I mean is that there's no ordinary kidnapping.
Tateno's word triggered a little revelation. You're talking about the location and for the ransom handoff, aren't you? Kano said. It doesn't make sense for the criminal to pick such a major intersection.
Warmer,
Tateno replied. Kano frowned inwardly. He's been so sure that that was the answer.
Have you thought about why they asked to have the sister make the handoff?
Kano thought some more before answering. Because women are easier to deal with, he suggested. Colder.
If that's the case, why not pick the mother? No, what worries me is the fact that the Osawa girls are twins. They're having us send someone to the handoff who looks identical to the girl they kidnapped. What's going to happen when we do that?
What is going to happen, sir? Kano asked.
I'm not sure yet, but I have a feeling the kidnapper's plans hinges on it.
The two exited through the precinct's main entrance. Up ahead, rows of buildings stood tall against the backdrop of bright blue sky. Tateno let off a quiet sigh. To think that so many terrible things are happening out there on such a beautiful day. Solve one case, another was waiting, he went on.
As always. What is it about people that drives them to do such horrible things? A girl adopted out of pure greed? When I think of how our parents must feel, I almost can't bear it. They made their way toward the Scramble. Tateno continued talking in a quiet voice. My father was a raging alcoholic. The house was always a complete mess. He was loud, violent, never had any money, always reeked of booze. My mother, she would cry and cry. I was afraid to come home. Every day I stayed out playing as late as I could possibly manage.
Kano could hear the pain in Tateno's voice.
That life took too much of a toll on my mother. She died when I was still in grade school. And my father, he just got worse. I was there with him at the end, after he'd wasted away to almost nothing. Not the sort of childhood I would ever wish on anybody.
It sounds like you really went through a lot. Kano hated himself for uttering such an empty platitude, but he had no idea what else to say.
Kano, as old as I am, I still don't really know what it is to be happy. I think that's probably because I've never known what it's like to have a happy family.
Tateno sounds so forlorn.
The only happiness I know how to protect is to protect is other people's happiness.
Kano heard in those words the soul of a true detective.
I just hope you're ready.
Kano did his best to keep his voice as calm and as level as he could, lifting up his clenched fist. Because if I find proof that Tateno is innocent, I'm planting this right into your jaw. Stanley just cracked a wry smile. The traffic has already diminished, and they rapidly drew close to their destination. The syndicate hangout was in Tomigaya, to the southwest of Yoyogi Park. Yeah, the ratty building looked like it might come crashing down any minute. The Black Lodge sign up front looked deliberately ominous. Kano knew the place as a bar frequented by expats from various countries as well as hotbed for criminal activity. Alright, so now we're late. I'll take point, Stanley said. You back me up. He pulled a handgun from his suit pocket. It was a compact Glock, a model frequently used by the FBI or CIA. Kano drew his own gun, and the two cautiously made their way inside. At the end of the hallway was a wooden door. Stanley signaled with his eyes. Kano gave a tiny nod, and Stanley kicked the door in. The stench of blood hit them as soon as they stepped inside. Kano left our startled gasp. So far, it looks exactly like the first time. There were nearly a dozen bodies sprawled all across the floor. He recognized them all. They were the men who participated in the repeated attaché case handoffs. Each appeared to have been stabbed to death. Stanley took a closer look. The blood's not fully dry. These guys weren't killed that long ago. Kano quickly scanned the bar high and low, but there was no sign of a killer in hiding. There was no trace of Maria either. One of the fallen men let out a faint, strange groan. Hey! Kano called out. Stay with us! He hunched down beside the wounded man. Berg! A brief gurgle rose from the man's throat. He was clearly struggling to say something, but his voice was too garbled, too indistinct for Kano to make out any coherent words. Kanan! What was that? But there was no more. The dying man went limp and still. Kanan, and he told me no. He told me knows that girl. That Middle-Eastern woman. That must be the head honcho. Or something like that. I don't know. To be continued! But how do I break the keep out in Osawa? Because it's still there. Tanaka arrived. Sir! While Osawa was doing the dishes, the bug detector went off again. Director, if you have a moment... Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I got something urgent to discuss with you. How do I get this off? Maybe it was a case of mistaking. Now I'm back with Achi, try to figure out what could happen. Maybe it was a case of mistaking identity. Maybe it was a case of... You think so? Hitomi said. She sounded doubtful, and Achi couldn't blame her. It did seem pretty unlikely. No, for whatever reason, the foreigner had deliberately gone after the man with the cane. And it certainly hadn't been to rescue Achi and Hitomi. The enemy of one's enemy was not necessarily one's friend. The man with the cane and those foreigners. Would Archie and Hitomi will be able to escape them all? And if they did, would they ever find Hitomi's sister? They heard a child cry out behind them. Oh yeah, that... Did that change? Oh yeah, I think I hurt myself here because I cannot go back. No rest for the weary. They run. Do you think he took out the guy with the cane? Tommy's word came between panting huffs. Maybe. Archie glanced back at their pursuers. What? There was someone else with him. Now they're being chased down by 2 foreigners. I like this better when we were just running from the guy with a cane. In a one-on-one situation, yeah. The fight. Plow through the crowd. Car, we're slipping past the steady stream. What do we do? Oh, do we have to redo everything? Oh no, now everything is unlocked. Oh, okay. Only for that moment, it was off. Only for that cutscene, like it got broken. But now it's like the timeline hasn't changed just because I made something different. But I don't know. The key pile doesn't give me any hints. Cooking with Kajiwara. Maybe I need to change this. So now I'm at Osawa. Just have to pray he wound up with something in the bowl. It was better to ask Tanaka to make his lunch instead. Maybe it was better to ask Tanaka to make his lunch instead. Osawa gave him a hurried phone call. His assistant director was quick to agree. I'm having Mr. Tanaka help me here, he told Kajiwara. By all means, go back to investigation. Huh? Kajiwara said. I hope you don't think I'm not inclined to help you out. Since when had helping out been Kajiwara's strong suit? That's not the issue, Osawa said. My, such a shame, a friend being treated like a stranger. Oh, how I would love it if you were an actual stranger to me. While Osawa was still struggling to turn down Kajiwara's assistant, Tanaka arrived, his sleeves rolled up. He had already removed his jacket and his necktie. Alright, he said, what are we making? He sounded happy enough. Apparently, he didn't mind cooking. This was a side of Tanaka that Osawa had never seen before. Oh? Will you be helping out as well, detective? Tanaka regarded Kajiwara in his apron. Of course, it's all part of my duties while I'm stationed here. Understood. Let's get started then, shall we? The pair began rummaging about the kitchen, forming an immediate bond of camaraderie. Kajiwara peered into the refrigerator. Goodness, you are remarkably understocked, he said. Let's see, could you please put these in the dinger, Mr. Osawa? The detective handed Osawa some frozen lumps of rice. You want me to help out? Of course. It is your rice, after all. Osawa wasn't sure how to respond to that. Please, go ahead and ding those. Ding? I'm afraid I'm not familiar with dinging. I mean, heat them in the microwave oven, sir. Osawa stepped over to the microwave. Unfortunately, I had no idea how to work the controls. You should thaw that rice out as soon as possible, Kajiwara told him. I'm actually not sure to operate this thing. What? You don't know how to use a microwave? Sorry. Mr. Osawa, sure I already know. You need to put the rice inside first and then turn on the dial. Blah, blah, blah. I don't know what everyone expects, he muttered sullenly. It's not like I've ever used one of these things before. Mr. Osawa, why don't we take this and go away somewhere? Kajiwara pulled a sheet of bubble wrap from his pocket. Bubble wrap first showed up on the planet Earth in the 1960s. It was originally developed not as a packing material, but as a form of wallpaper and a type of cover to prevent leaves from falling into swimming pools. These products did not sell well, however, and the manufacturer instead began to market the wrap as a packing material, after which it became a hugely successful product. What is this for? Use your fingers to pop the bubbles. That should help you come down. Too drained to argue, blah blah blah. It's quite alright, Tanaka replied. With so little in the way of ingredients, I guess there wasn't much I could really do.
Well, Mr. Tanaka,
Kashiwa said after they spent a little time working at the stove.
you probably don't need to stay any longer. Sorry for the trouble.
Yeah. Shoulder slump, he grants over... I'll leave this into your hand then, detective.
Are you sure you don't mind? Should I go out and purchase some more ingredients?
No, that's fine. Thank you for all the trouble.
No, I apologize for not being...
Okay.
I apologize for not being more helpful.
Tanaka washed his hands and left the kitchen. Rather than calm him down, though, it was making him incredibly cross. This felt more like a sort of ridiculous punishment. They say you can learn a lot about their household by looking in the fridge, you know. Blah, 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 blah. Cooking, cooking, cooking. Pickled vegetables with rice and a deep fried egg. Looked good. Break the yolk. Mix with the pickled things. Well, good. The more he ate, the more his appetite. I have no idea if rice could be this delicious. While Osawa was doing the dishes, the bug went off again. I have no idea what it could be. Something worse. There was no way it could be that important, or someone didn't need to listen to this clown. Sorry, but I think we're done here. Now would you please leave? Kajiwara's steely expression hardened even further.
But, Mr. Osawa, your life is on the line here.
What? Just then, a pathetic gurgle arose from Osawa's stomach. I see.
See? You are hungry.
The talk of food, Osawa realized abruptly that I hadn't eaten things the night before. Should I make something for you? Blah, 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 blah. Your fault? Well, you see.
This is my fault after all.
You already mean your fault? Yeah, the awkward pause. I wound up eating them. My deepest apologies. I ate the lunch intended for you and your wife. And I really do need to apologize. We're going to shoot. So this is what you meant when you said my life was on the line?
Yes, sir. Hunger is the enemy of the mind. It interferes with your ability to make proper decisions, so you really ought to get something in your stomach.
Osawa was too flabbergasted to reply. Right then, please follow me to the kitchen. What's with that get up? Blah blah blah. Okay, that's right. Since I's lunch was gone as well, you should probably ask her to make something. Since, okay. Osawa called his wife on the intercom to make the suggestion. Absolutely not, she scoffed. Besides, I'm not even hungry. Hanging up the receiver, Osawa turned back to Kajiwara.
Very well, detective, if you be so kind.
Alright, so instead of Tanaka, it's here, but that didn't change. Fudge. Oh, too far, too far. Cornered by Kajiwara. This is say no to the US. Yeah, I don't have a choice but to say no. Well, understand. I is waiting, mounting on ease. The bug tracker. Is there something I can jump to? Suzune's illness. No, that was the cat. Here, some movement. Jump to Minorikawa. The man with the afro. What was that jump anyway? Oh yeah, the jump to the... Oh man. Jump to the cat. I have no idea how to finish this. Ding this, please. Man. Because I'm gonna have to take a break soon. Because I'm hungry, I need to go to the bathroom. And top of all, her to be continues earlier for some reason. Her to be continues at 150. And everybody else it's at 155. But his one is a keep out. And I cannot progress the story if I'm not finishing this side of the story. No idea how to jump, how to make a jump here. Enter the assassin onto... What? Make a run for it. I'm gonna try this. I'm sure this is a place. The guy, so far so good. Huh? A small dark sword dropped from somewhere. Yeah, the man with the cane again. Oh no, that's Kanan. Yeah, the man the cane was left in the storehouse. And she couldn't believe his eyes. It was a small statured woman with a Middle Eastern features. Because Middle Eastern would have been a good lock jump to this to Osawa for some reason. But now it A little gasp. Another to be continued. That decision didn't change anything. Yeah, it's still... Enter the assassin. How does he found that? Onto. Keep out. Onto. Alright. I don't know what to do here. Tanaka arrives. Jump to Minorikawa. Okay, I'm gonna check all the jumps, see how they work. I gotta jump here. Oh no, wait, too early. Here. Minorikawa. There's a path here, corner by Kajiwara, okay. Then Maria, what are you selling? No, this is gonna be an alternate ending. He starts at 110 for some reason. Because paired up with Stanley at 55. He got knocked over by the girl. Okay, this we don't touch. The challenge, rock, paper, scissors. No, the actual fight. Then there's a jump to Achi. This jump to Kano. Jumps to the cat. Nobody jumps to Osawa. Jump to the man. Maria jumps to the man. Okay. Yeah. Cat jumps to Minorikawa. Wait. And I'm familiar, man. Okay, she has 2 jumps to Minorikawa. This one has 1 jump to Achi. This one jumps to Kano, and then Kenji Osawa cat? What? Mr. Tanaka, Tommy's voice was barely squeaked for a moment. All was silent. Maybe it's just a cat, Achi suggested, or not. Mr. Tanaka! Mr. Tanaka was in blue all along, and then, okay, now I can jump to Kenji. Oh, okay, this is how you do it. Oh, okay, I got it. Thank you. Now it's broken. Good. Mr. Tanaka didn't appear blue. Alright, so now back to the real thing. Good, I can finish this thing. Director, if you have a moment. Tanaka poked his head into the kitchen. I've got something urgent to discuss with you. Yes, of course. Someone took the bug tracker from his pocket and handed it back to Kajiwara. I won't be needing this anymore. As soon as they had left the kitchen, Tanaka leaned in close and whispered to him, I got an email from Hitomi! He showed his cell phone to Osawa. It looks like my sister is being held captive in a blue minivan somewhere in Shibuya. But that man is still chasing me, so I can't really go looking for it. A blue minivan? Allow me to handle this, sir. I'll figure something out. Osawa knew he trusted Tanaka for a reason. Thank you, he said with a bow. Oh, You wouldn't happen to know any place she might have gone, do you, sir? What? It's just that all she's told me is that she's been moving around. I'm sorry, I don't really have any idea, Osawa replied. He was ashamed to say it. There wasn't a single place he knew of where his daughter might be inclined to go. Ah, I see. Tanaka, picking up his discomfort, was visibly embarrassed himself. He hastened to change the subject. By the way, how did your talk with Mr. Makino go? I confirmed that he was behind the human testing, but I don't know who sent me those emails. Tanaka paused for a moment in thought, looking like he might have a hunch. All right, then, he said. We'll have to talk in more details later. And with that, the assistant director headed for the front door. Mr. Osawa! Kajiwara spoke from the kitchen door. Peeping in on me again, huh? Osawa grumbled. Thankfully, then it appeared the detective had overheard his conversation with Tanaka. And good grief, that thing is noisy. If it's broken, why don't you just throw it out? The sounds from the bug tracker grew fainter and fainter. Something wasn't right, Osawa now realized. Mr. Osawa, Kajiwara said. This is my bug tracker. Oh! Tanaka is bugged. So? What I mean is, sir, this one isn't broken. What? A chill ran out Osawa's spine. He swallowed audibly. I've pinpointed the source of the signal, Kajiwara said. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka. No, Osawa thought. I must have misheard that. Hold on. Say that again. I've located the source of the signal. It's coming from Mr. Tanaka, the detective repeated. This time, Osawa heard him crystal clear. I'm certain of it. Mr. Tanaka has a listening device on him. Osawa felt the blood drain from his face. If someone had been listening in on the conversation just now, then they heard about the emails from Hitomi. If the kidnappers were the ones listening, that meant Maria's life was now in danger. I'll go after him, sir. Kajiwara broke into a sprint. Osawa followed close behind. To be continued! Alright. So this is the part we're gonna see previews from other episode. Alright. Everybody survived. Everybody made it to 2 o'clock. Alright. Now we have Maria's face instead of the mascot. I've got a real bad preposition about this. Never take anything at face value. Just who are you calling Flim Flam? Do you know me? You've got so many things to yourself. Find out in the next exciting episode of 428 Shibuya Scramble. Alright, deadly preposition. I got another trophy. I don't know what it is today. But hey, alright.